than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh, I need you again. So stick around. So stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Let's get this off. How y'all doing on this manic Monday? Starting off slow, baby. Starting off slow. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Anyways, have y'all been keeping up with the John Benet Ramsey case? Has anybody kept up with it? I guess we could do our polls, huh? Don't mind the dogs playing. They're actually awake and they're playing today. They're normally sleeping, but today they are awake. Yeah, dust off the tinfoil hat. Yeah, because there's a lot of people covering this. And this is like really It's like really came back to be a popular case again. So we're going to go over some of it. And I think there's a couple videos that are really cool, but there's some news clips that are like recent, like in the last couple days. So we'll pop those on and watch them. I think I got the link. Did I pin it? I didn't pin it yet. Okay. There we go. All right, there it is. It's pinned, and we are ready to roll. Let's rock and roll, baby.
It's been nearly 3 decades since the unsolved murder of 6-year-old JonBenét Ramsey, a case that captivated the nation. And even though her parents always denied any involvement in her death, it took 12 years for prosecutors to exonerate JonBenét's mother and her father.
And now a new Netflix documentary is shining a spotlight on the case once again. As sources tell ABC News, progress is being made in the investigation. Nightline co-anchor Byron Pitts sat down with JonBenét's father, John Ramsey, to talk about his daughter and the search to find her killer.
It's a case so mystifying that nearly 3 decades later is still leaving people puzzled.
His body was found the day after Christmas in her family's Boulder home.
Hello.
The stunning unsolved murder of JonBenét Ramsey, the 6-year-old beauty pageant contestant from Boulder, Colorado. JonBenét's father, John Ramsey, is still taking in the whirlwind of attention the smash hit Netflix series Cold Case, Who Killed JonBenét Ramsey, has brought to his daughter's story.
Takes a while, takes a long while for the pain to go away. But then the memory of JonBenét is joyful. And
that's where you're at now.
That's where I'm at now.
Sources tell ABC News progress is being made in the investigation and that a multidisciplinary team of experts has been assembled to go through the remaining evidence and apply the most modern scientific and cold case techniques.
Sources have told ABC News that progress is being made in the investigation. When you hear that, what do you think, John?
Doesn't tell me anything. I just need some specifics from the police. Are you doing this? Are you doing this? And if the answer is yes, then I'll shut up. I'll keep my mouth shut. I don't need to keep pressuring them. But if they don't tell me what they're doing, then I've got to assume the worst.
Ramsey still has not watched the docuseries that his family's pain is the centerpiece of.
John, you think you'll ever watch?
It stirs up, frankly, some anger and emotion and a whole mix of things. And I know the story. I lived it.
Now, some people across the country are reevaluating the case on social media from all angles.
I'm so conflicted watching this. I don't really know what to think or believe.
It also really showed us how the media and the police twisted the facts and had us all believing that the parents were the killers.
I did get a letter yesterday from a lady that said, I think my husband is a killer, and please call me. And I will call her. You know, that
isn't that wild as hell? To get a call from a lady saying she thinks her husband's the killer. Wild shit right there. Wild fucking shit.
It isn't the first time we've gotten that kind of lead. We always follow up.
If I may ask, God willing, they find the person's responsible for your daughter's death. What would you want to say to them?
You know, certainly, why did you do this? I just want this chapter closed for the benefit of my family.
Sources tell ABC News it still remains to be seen whether there will ever be enough provable information and evidence to support charges.
I have pictures on my cell phone, so anytime I pick up my cell phone, there's her little picture, and it's reassuring. It's like, okay, it's a way she's kind of with me. Somebody asked me once, what would you say to JonBenét if you could? She knew she was loved. I mean, we told her that every day. But I would tell her, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you. That's a father's job.
So hard there. Byron joins us now. And I'm curious, does John Ramsey really think they're ever going to get an answer as to who did this?
He does. He's 80 years old. He thought for years it might not happen in his lifetime, but he's optimistic because of all the advances in technology that they will find the killer in his lifetime.
So how much of an impact could public attention play in this case? I mean, you look at the Menendez brothers.
Sure. I mean, we all understand the value of public pressure, media pressure in departments. Boulder has a new police chief who can approach this, with a clean slate. There are a number of resources available to them, not so much government resources, but private labs that have the technology that they argue there's enough physical evidence that exists that they could lead to the killer.
Now, look, I think that'd be interesting. It's been unsolved for so long. For so long. Have y'all been following this case? Because we watched the Netflix series in Discord together. So hopefully y'all watched it or had the chance to watch it. It's got a lot of information in there. But I'm going to play a video that's really actually pretty cool. And it goes over a lot of information. So we're going to check it out. It gives the layout of the house. I think this is really a neat video. I think it was pretty cool, the layout of the house there, so y'all could see it.
John Bennett Ramsey, born into a modest family, was a self-made entrepreneur. By the mid-90s, he led Access Graphics, a computer services company, turning it into a multi-million-dollar enterprise with his leadership and business expertise. Patricia Ann Patsy Ramsey was a lively woman who had once worn the crown of Miss West Virginia. The thriving couple started their family in 1987 with the birth of their son, Burke, and 3 years later, in 1990, John Benet was born. At just 6 years old, John Benet Ramsey was already an accomplished child beauty queen. Nestled in the heart of Boulder, Colorado, the Ramsey family home was nothing short of majestic. A sprawling 7,092 square foot Tudor-style mansion with 15 rooms.
Now that's a big ass house. That is a big ass house. And yeah, they always do. They always do.
On the evening of December 25th, 1996, the Ramseys attended a Christmas party at Fleet and Priscilla White's house. It was a cheerful event, and the Ramseys seemed in good spirits. The children were put to bed upon returning home at around 10 p.m., and the parents followed shortly. The family intended to wake up early the next morning, as they had a flight to Charlevoix, Michigan, for their family vacation. On the morning of December 26, 1996, Patsy Ramsey made a frantic 911 call at precisely 5:52 a.m. John Ramsey and their 9-year-old son, Burke, were present in the house. The cause of the alarm was their daughter, JonBenét, who had gone missing. JonBenét and Burke's bedrooms were on the second floor of the Ramsey house. The attic space on the third floor was transformed into the parents' bedroom. The Ramseys stated that they didn't hear anything and slept through the night. Interestingly, a neighbor across the street reported hearing.
Yeah, I was going to say it's said wrong, and you can tell there's some things that's like wrong in this. But again, this ain't my video, so I'm just playing it because I thought the layout was pretty cool in that video at first where it shows the house. It's pretty cool. There's some other stuff that they show in here that's pretty cool. But yeah, I think there's some things that they're probably going to say her name wrong or say his name wrong or, you know, things like that. But I mean, we're not here to point out everything that they say or do is wrong. You know what I mean? Because there's going to be time for discussion about that too. Like, I'd love to discuss this with somebody that is interested in this case.
A scream early in the morning. Experiments demonstrated that the basement's vent could have carried the sound of the scream outside, but not up to the Ramseys' third-floor bedroom. That morning, Ramseys claimed to wake up at about 5:30 a.m. to get ready for their trip. Mrs. Ramsey slipped back into her outfit from the night before and freshened up her makeup. Then, she headed downstairs using the back stairs to the second floor, and then taking the spiral staircase to the ground floor. A step near the bottom of the stairs, she found a handwritten note spread across 3 sheets of paper. Before we dive in, a quick shout out to our sponsor, Aura, the all-in-one solution for digital security. This year has seen a surge in personal data records. That John screamed and hurried to JonBenét's room, only to find it empty. Mr. Ramsey, after hearing the scream, rushed downstairs and joined Mrs. Ramsey in the stairwell. They then checked their son's room, who appeared to be asleep. Mr. Ramsey proceeded to the downstairs area to read the ransom note. Simultaneously, Mrs. Ramsey called the police to report her daughter's kidnapping. Additionally, the Ramseys called several friends, including Fleet and Priscilla White. The police arrived at the Ramsey residence at approximately 5:59 a.m. The first to arrive were Officer Rick French and Sergeant Bob Whitson. Upon arrival, Officer French went straight into the home, while Sergeant Whitson stayed in the patrol car to call for backup. Officer French headed down to the basement and stopped in front of a door that had a wooden latch on it. He paused there for a bit, but then decided not to open it. He later mentioned he was searching for the kidnapper's exit route, and the latch being fastened on the inside meant this wasn't it. JonBenét's body was later found behind that door. Just a few minutes after the police arrived, the Whites showed up too. Mr. White, on his own, checked the basement within the first 15 minutes of getting there. He testified that the lights in the basement were already on, and the door to the hallway leading to the wine cellar room was open. He also noticed a broken window in the basement playroom. Right under that window, there was a suitcase and a piece of broken glass. He couldn't quite.
Now, see, I thought John went down there, not the friend. I thought they both went down there. So there's going to be, I mean, I'm guessing there's going to be some things that are wrong in this. Like I said, I thought it was cool because it gives a breakdown of the house and shows some things in here. But I mean, yeah, there's going to be some stuff that's not correct all the way.
Remember if the window was open or closed though. When Mr. White opened the wine cellar room door, he couldn't see anything as it was dark inside, and he couldn't find the switch to turn on the lights. Later that morning, around 10 a.m., Mr. Ramsey also had a look around the basement by himself. He testified to finding that same broken window slightly open and also noticed the suitcase under the window. He said the suitcase was theirs, but it wasn't usually kept there. The police sent a forensics team over to the house. At first, they thought it was a kidnapping, so they only sealed off JonBenét's bedroom to keep the evidence there intact. They didn't do this for the rest of the house, though. Detective Linda Arndt from Boulder got there around 8 a.m., expecting more directions from the kidnapper, but nobody ever tried to claim the ransom money. From the beginning, preserving the crime scene's integrity was neglected. Friends, relatives, and clergy were allowed to roam the house freely, inadvertently disrupting the scene.
And that is true. They invited all kinds of, well, the people they went to dinner with, they invited them over. I mean, the neighbors were there, the police. I think they really fucked up by not, treating it as a crime scene when they first got there.
Their activities, which included cleaning the kitchen, preparing food, and answering phones, interfered with maintaining an environment suitable for evidence collection. In terms of gathering evidence, initial efforts were limited. Only the ransom note was secured. Some photos of JonBenét's bedroom were taken, and the pad related to the ransom note was retrieved. Burke, the Ramsey's 9-year-old son, was initially reported to be sleeping during the unfolding drama. However, he was later interviewed by authorities. His demeanor was puzzling to investigators, who struggled to gauge whether his apparent detachment was a coping mechanism or something more troubling. The family's general unwillingness to be interviewed separately, their vague and at times inconsistent accounts of the evening prior, and a lack of immediate cooperation with the police were all actions that raised eyebrows and led investigators to ponder the family's role in the unfolding tragedy.
Yeah, due to the police and the media, this family was like attacked nonstop. Nonstop. You guys, we see it today. Like these families, like look at Chris and Katie. Look at the way they get attacked and talked terrible about. Betty calls them murderers and all kinds of shit. So, it was way worse back when you had the media and they were doing mock trials on, talk shows. And at one point in time, I believe that Patsy went on one of the, I'm not sure, Jim, hold on, it was one of the night shows, and she got into it with them, and she got into it with the officer as well. But could you imagine your daughter finding her like this and then being accused of her murder? I think that would be fucking awful.
Around 1 p.m., the investigators asked John and Mr. White to take another look around the house to see if anything was amiss or missing. They started their search with their playroom and then moved to the wine cellar room. Mr. Ramsey went into the room first, turned on the light, and when he saw JonBenét's body, he cried out, "Oh my God, my baby!" JonBené was found lying on her back, her wrists bound above her head. She had a fractured skull from being hit on the head, and her mouth was covered with black duct tape. There was also a cord tied around her neck with a wooden garrote, and she was wrapped in a light-colored blanket. Next to her body, they found a Barbie nightgown that belonged to JonBené. The only blood found was on her body and that nightgown. Mr. Ramsey pulled off the duct tape from JonBenét's mouth and tried to untie her hands. After that, he carried her body upstairs. His actions, while perhaps instinctual, further contaminated the crime scene. After JonBenét's body was found, the basement area was finally sealed off. The police's approach shifted from a kidnapping investigation to a murder case. Commenting on this, the Boulder Police Chief, Mark Beckner, said, "Yes, the crime scene was not handled properly, and this later affected the investigation. Throughout the morning, police struggled to gain detailed information from the Ramsey family. Basic questions about the night before, the state of the windows and doors, and a description of JonBenét's pajamas were discussed. But the responses were often vague or incomplete, complicating the initial investigation. The initial failures in preserving the crime scene continued to haunt the investigation, leaving more questions than answers in this case." Let's examine the evidence carefully, starting with the autopsy report. Given the extensive evidence accumulated over several years, and to keep the length of the video short, I'll present certain details exclusively in written form within the video. Feel free to pause.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll pause and read them.
At any point to read these.
See, this is like an hour, so I'm trying to let some of it play through before I start talking a bunch or continue, you know what I mean, get into a discussion. But like I said, the link is pinned, so anybody's welcome to come up and discuss anytime you want. I'm just trying to get through some of this video, that's all.
Segments. The autopsy was performed by Dr. John Meyer at the Boulder County Coroner's Office and revealed.
Okay, so the autopsy was done by Dr. John Meyer. Okay.
Revealed her cause of death as asphyxiation.
So here we go.
Due to strangulation.
Asphyxiation due to strangulation associated with, what is this, cranial.
Coupled with head trauma.
There we go, coupled with head trauma.
Evidence from the.
But I will say they did find evidence of, SA abuse. But when they did the DNA, it didn't come back to anybody in the house.
The autopsy indicates she was alive at the time of the strangulation and showed signs of having struggled against her assailant. According to the report, no alcohol or drugs were found in her system. JonBenét was wearing 2 layers of underwear. The inner layer was stained with urine and blood, and the outer, longer layer showed urine stains. Blood was found on the following items. DNA testing appeared to indicate that all blood evidence belonged to JonBenét. There was intermingled DNA with JonBenét's blood spots on the panties. Investigators wanted to know if SA had occurred, and based on the findings, it didn't seem to be the case, especially by conventional standards. The significant bruising, lacerations, physical trauma, and injuries typically associated with an assault by an adult male were not observed. However, some non-penetrative actions occurred. Some wood fragments from the paintbrush used to create the garrote were found in JonBenét's private area.
Now, see, I don't know how that even happened. I guess so the SA wouldn't be considered because she wasn't penetrated. Okay, well, it still fucking occurred, I guess, in my opinion. Still fucking disgusting.
Evidence suggests that she was assaulted while she was still alive. Over time, some have suggested that this behavior could be attributed to a child's exploratory actions. Evidence indicated the perpetrator pulled down the underwear worn by JonBenét. The assault occurred. The underwear was then pulled back up to the original position. No semen was found. JonBenét's body had been cleaned, leaving a residue that could be seen under fluorescent light. The autopsy report also noted signs of potential previous trauma to her private area, with experts differing in opinion on its importance. As this is one of the important aspects of this case, I will present arguments from both sides, and you can.
That's another reason why I picked this video, because it actually presents arguments from both sides, and then we can choose for ourselves and form our own opinions on what we think. But I will say, way back when, I used to be convinced, like I would argue with the damn president over it. I swore up and down I thought Burke did it. Swore up and down. I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you my reasons, but I don't think he did now. But man, back then I sure as hell did. And I don't know if you guys watched this Dr. Phil episode, but holy shit. Just his actions, man. I know he was only 9. I know. You still think Burke did it? You did too? See, I think it's because the media put us in the, put that in our minds, in my opinion. Now that I look back on it, the media was on some straight bullshit. And he does seem like he has like a, quirky sense of humor, I guess you could say. But his interview after the situation was a little different as well. So I don't know. It's kind of odd. I don't know. We'll go over it though. Let's listen to this.
You can make up your own mind. In a case against the Ramseys, federal judge Julie Carnes stated that no evidence, however, suggests that she was the victim of chronic sexual abuse. The FBI concluded that JonBenét's injuries in her private area did not align with a pattern of abuse, and they found no proof of any other form of abuse. The penetration that resulted in minor injuries was probably part of a staged crime scene designed to divert law enforcement's attention. According to Dr. Rob.
Did you hear that? See, Peggy, I thought that too. I thought Burke. Listen, I'll tell y'all right now. Listen. I agreed with. He said, "What is he? A retired police officer?" Anyhow, he said the same thing, that Burke had hit her in the head with a flashlight or some, hard object after she ate his pineapples and milk, because that was one of his favorite snacks. And anyways, she had pineapple in her stomach undigested. So I, went with the theory that she ate his stuff. He threw a fit, hit her with the flashlight, and then his parents pretty much put her in the position she was in. And then I'm like, there's no fucking way. I just can't. Like I said, at first I thought that, but I don't think he had anything to do with it. Honestly, I just don't.
Robert Kirshner of the University of Chicago's pathology department. The genital injuries indicate penetration, but likely not by male genitalia, indicating evidence of molestation that night, as well as prior instances. If she had been brought to an emergency room and doctors had observed the evidence, her father would have been arrested. In mid-September.
Well, in JonBenét's, yes, her, that's exactly right, Pecan. Her pediatrician came forward and said that he did not see or feel that there was any SA going on at all her entire life, or he would have had to report it. They're mandated reporters. Hey, Blank Slate, how are you, baby?
Hey, can you hear me okay? I don't want to blast the audience out and be too loud with them. How are you?
Yes, ma'am. How are you, love?
I'm doing good. I just thought I'd come up and talk with you for a little bit about the case, listen to the video with you and go over some things. I'm really interested in the case.
I was going to say, do you follow this case, or have you followed this case? Is this something you find interesting, or did you just say?
No, I've been following it since it happened. It's one of the first true crime cases I got myself involved with in chat rooms and stuff like that.
See, I was young when this happened, but it was one of the first ones that caught my attention that I was like, whoa, what the hell, partly because of the pageants and things that she was in,
Yes. Yeah,
and the rumors and speculation, and it was wild as hell back then. So
yes, it was. And one of the things I wanted to mention before I kind of forgot it, I'm really bad about forgetting stuff. So, but was that the media and stuff was being fed misinformation from the Boulder Police Department.
Yeah,
and it was just horrible and awful. Now the misinfo came from the Boulder PD in that case. But if you compare it to cases nowadays where misinformation is just coming from all angles, you can kind of see that it's been a pattern for many years.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like they convicted the Ramseys before anyone else could, in my opinion, on that.
Absolutely. Yes, they did. And for many years, I always thought it was Patsy or, a cover up for maybe the dad or Burke having done something, but I don't think that anymore. I think perhaps someone that knew the Ramseys very well, maybe the housekeeper or somebody in her family, since they were in the house all the time, talked about how much money they had, talked about, how pretty JonBenet was in front of the wrong person, basically. Someone that knew them very well, knew the house very well, talked in front of the wrong person. That's my thinking now.
And you know what? Not only that, though, they had that 15-room mansion or big ass house, and they did a Christmas tree show on Christmas Eve. So anybody could have walked through her house and got did a walkthrough and laid it. You know what I mean? Kind of laid the foundation for how they could get in, how they could get out, you know what I mean? Where her room was, according to where the parents' room was.
Oh, yeah, I fully believe that an intruder could have been in the home for days and they wouldn't even have known. Nobody was going in and out of those rooms in the basement. Nobody was going in and out of the rooms that weren't being used, like the guest bedrooms and stuff like that. I feel like someone could have been in their house many times and not known. They wouldn't have known about it because they were very lax on using their security system, on you know, locking the windows, making sure all the doors were locked. They just felt like they were, you know, safe.
Well, yeah, and it later comes out that, oh, Seeker, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. If you guys got one, make sure you tell Seeker thank you. It came out later that John had broke that window out and they never fixed it.
Mm-hmm. So they had plenty of, you know, there's access, and then plenty of people that knew that, you know, how to get in and out of their house, because they had, like you said, those Christmas, what do you call those? Like a tour kind of thing, all in their house. And I know somebody that used to do that, and yeah, anybody can join the tour. You know, they want to see the 5 houses that are decorated best in the city or whatever, and they go and they do the tour. So I just feel like, you know, they felt like they were just safe. I'm trying to think of the word, but in the pageants and things. Now, this was before Betty, what is that? Toddlers and Tiaras. So the public really didn't have the insight that we do now about that kind of world, you know, because we have the Honey Boo Boo and all of that.
Hey, I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you, and I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, I don't know why. I've got all. Can you hear me now?
I mean, I can hear you, but it's like an echo. It's like there's, I don't know. It's really odd. You drop down and pop back in.
What about now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but there's like a really bad echo.
How about now?
Yeah, we'll just work it. We'll just figure it out. It's okay. You sound, the chat said you sound really muffled. You sound like you're in a bubble to me. That's why I said drop out and come back in. I think it's StreamYard, but if you want to stay up, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be quiet because usually when I come up, everyone says I'm too loud. So
well, yeah, I fixed your mic already, but it's not. Okay. I think like it sounds like you're underwater. You're very muffled. The chat can't hear you. So
I'll jump back out. Hold on.
We were trying to see if it was StreamYard, but you know, like I said, it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll jump out and come back in. I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's all right, baby. I think it's StreamYard acting up. I don't think it's you.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna wait on her to get back up. Something must be wrong because you didn't even leave yet. So I don't know if it's just your phone or what. Okay, my daughter was 3 years old when this happened. She was a pageant girl. Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of that's another thing. A lot of people blame the pageants. They said because she was sexualized, she was in the pageants that they did the makeup and you know that kind of thing. We were talking about that in Discord this morning. A lot of people blamed her mom, and they said that she sexualized her by putting her in those pageants and putting her in those dresses and letting her wear makeup and you know all that kind of stuff. You think it was Mark Carr? Damn. Yeah, StreamYard's been fucking up a lot. They actually upped the prices to like $50 a month, and it's been worse now than it was before. What's up, baby?
Okay, how about now? Am I echoey or too loud?
No, we still have an echo. Do you have an iPhone? Maybe do you have anything else open?
No, I only have StreamYard open. I am on my phone. It's an Android though.
Huh. Yeah, I was gonna say it just well, it sounds better now. I mean, when you first came up, it sounded kind of like there was an echo, but I mean, I guess we'll just work with it. You know what I mean? We'll just work with it.
No problem. You know, if you want to play video or want to.
Yeah, I'll pop it back on. I was just talking to them about the pageants that she was in.
Oh yeah, the pageants were a lot more popular back then, especially in the South.
Well, and you know, I was in them before. Like my mom put me in them when I was younger.
Yeah, I have a niece that went till she was about 8.
Yeah, my cousin was in them. Like I said, there was a lot of. I mean, there was a lot of little girls that were in them back in the 80s and 90s. I mean, that was like one of the popular things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you didn't. And then I understand too. Her family said that she wanted to be in them because of mom was in them.
Yeah.
And, I don't have a problem.
Oh, yeah, you're cutting all the way out, baby.
Okay. Let me get my Wi-Fi.
Gosh dang, man. I wonder what's going on. I don't know if it's...
I don't know.
I don't know what the
I'm
hell.
going to come by my Wi-Fi thingy. Is that better? I went
Yeah,
to the left.
now I hear you okay, yeah.
Okay. I went to the
It
left.
sounds better, yeah. I don't know what the hell. I don't feel like I said, I don't know if it's the phone, if it's the fucking StreamYards. I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm trying to hold my phone the right distance away from my mouth so I don't make everyone out at their eardrums and everything. So, but I've been
Girl,
waiting
and
for this
listen,
show.
and they said they can't imagine me being a pageant girl. Girl, I wasn't. I was more like a tomboy, and they still tried to dress me up in a fucking dress. I'll have to steal the picture and show y'all. You listen.
Let's see that.
That's it. I'm pulling the picture and showing y'all.
Yeah.
And don't you fucking make fun of me either.
Oh, I would never. I bet you're the
Because
cutest
listen,
little girl.
my hair was like 50 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? I had the big ass hair and the whole nine. You know?
Oh yeah. And I think the Ramseys were actually from man, it's either Alabama or Georgia. They're from Georgia, and you know, that's in the South, and you know, that's just kind of more popular down there in my mind. But I don't think it was because of the pageants. I think, you know, that was just part of John Bonet's life, and people were not ready for it.
Yeah, there was a lot of people that judged about it, I think.
Do you remember when you went to the pageants? Do you remember that there was not too many other people there besides family? From the ones I remember anyway, it was mostly the family members. It wasn't like a whole lot of outside watchers.
Yeah, no, not too many other. No, it was mainly family and stuff. Yeah, but they did have judges. They did have people that came and watched. I mean, they did have, you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there were outsiders. I'm just thinking the ones that I went to, it just didn't seem like they look like more than they are, because, you know, it's a way for kids to get off and act and perform in front of, you know, a couple of people and have a little fun. But, you know, the problem isn't really with the pageants, it's with parents who do too much,
Right,
in general. So, but yeah, I did hear, I think it was on one of the newer, I watched a 2020 this morning. I did hear that, you know, maybe within the next 2 years after John Bonet was killed, that another little girl that had attended the same dance studio had been.
Yeah, they said that a lady walked in and caught some guy over her daughter's bed getting ready to touch her and all this. She ran him off. She never seen his face or whatever, but she did run him off. Now, I think one of the girls in Discord, they said they think that was the same guy.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it possibly could have been.
I said, well, and I was kind of seeing like who, trying to get an idea of who thought, you know, like who they thought killed her or whatever.
Well, I kind of think that because of the note and the handwriting issue and the way that the note was written, it has to be somebody that knew the family very well and perhaps had access to, you know, someone's handwriting. I believe.
Yeah, see, they said it was Patsy's, and I guess the police lied about that. They lied about a couple of things. They deliberately lied about them to see if it would if the Ramseys would come forward, or if they would, you know, get them to talk or say something, you know.
Yeah, they use it as a tactic. You know?
Yeah, so they deliberately put misinformation and, you know, disinformation out.
Yeah. Exactly. Just trying to get the parents to talk. They had tunnel vision. They just had tunnel vision.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I believe so too. All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
A group of pediatric experts from across the nation arrived at one of the key findings of the investigation, that JonBenet had experienced trauma to her private area before the day she was murdered. There was unanimous agreement among them on this matter, and they strongly dismissed any suggestion that the injuries and ongoing inflammation could be attributed to problems with urination or self-exploration. Dr. Bauf, JonBenet's pediatrician, has consistently said he had no concerns about prior abuse. JonBenet had 27 pediatrician visits between March 1993 and November 1996. Only 5 of these occasioned an examination of genitalia. However, it has been noted that if Dr. Bauf had known about possible abuse and not reported it to social services, he would have been in serious trouble with the law. Hence, he had no incentive after the killing to concede that abuse was a possibility. Also, I would like to mention that the day before the murder, someone mistakenly called 911 from the Ramsey's house during the party on December 23rd. Some wonder whether it might have been a child calling about abuse of self, sibling, or friend. It's also equal.
Now, see, that's a lot of speculation.
Yeah,
And yeah, we got feedback. Are you sure you don't have anything else open in the background by chance?
I don't have, the only thing I have open is,
The only thing you got open is what? You find something open? Are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
okay. I can now. I couldn't before.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah, the only thing I have open is StreamYards.
Huh.
I mean,
Yeah,
even
you
though
paused it when you clicked the StreamYard. You paused it, right?
I closed it completely out.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say you have to pause it to make sure it doesn't pop back open and turn on.
Okay, I'll just close it completely out. I can try that. I'm so sorry, Queen. Let me try that.
No, it's all right, baby. Normally, like I said, we don't have a lot. The StreamYards, like I said, I don't really know. I don't think it's you so much. I think it's both. I think it's StreamYards and either your phone didn't close or it keeps open in your YouTube app.
I gotcha, and I know that bugged it. So let me try one more time.
Yeah, because it's really hard. It's really hard for me to concentrate and hear when it does that, you know?
Yes, I know. I'm going to go out and come back in one more time. If it's an issue, I won't try again. Hold on just a moment.
I wonder what the fuck that is. Because it doesn't happen very often. And it shows you're still up here. So I don't know if it's StreamYard's doing this shit or what the hell. Because it doesn't even show that you left the panel. You're still sitting up here. I guess when you come back in on your other line, it'll pop you off. And there it goes. Are you all hearing the echo or is it just me? Is anybody else down here hearing it? If it's just me, then I won't then I'll leave it be. You're hearing it too, Zen? So it ain't just me? I was going to say, if it's just me, then maybe I need to come out and fucking go back in. Her sound is bad, and you hear the echo too. Okay, so it ain't just me then. Shit. Okay, well, it ain't just me then. I thought it was just me. All right, baby. Let's try this again.
All right, let's see what happens.
All righty.
How's it going now?
I mean, we'll give it a second. I can still hear myself, but I think it's just because you came in. You know what I mean? Like it's just when you come in part.
Gotcha.
Rowena does it too. I don't know if you've ever heard Rowena when she comes in.
Yeah.
But it does the same. It's like kind of doing a little bit of that, but it's okay. It's not. You know what I mean? That's why I said give it a second. It might shake itself, and do its own thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And shit, look, Cheesy said I can hear the dog snoring. Shit, they couldn't hear it last night on the panel. I asked them 3 times. I think Boston had a couple drinks. I think that's why he didn't hear nothing.
Yeah, I could hear it.
Yeah, I was gonna say everybody in the chat was like, "We hear it. We hear her over there snoring her little tail feather off." She's in a deep old sleep.
That's how my dog
goes out, goes potty, comes in, eats, gets her treat, and then lays down. Well, she'll play for a little bit, and then she lays down.
Yeah, mine don't play as much as they used to. They're so old, but they snore like old men.
Yeah, they're sleepy butts in the morning times. That's for sure.
All right, what about now? Do you hear it echo now?
No.
Okay.
No, it sounds okay now.
All right.
Sounds good now. All right, here we go.
Equally important.
I will say this video has a lot of opinions in it. It's got a lot of whoever this person is, it's got a lot of their opinions in it. I thought it was more like a fact-based one, but you can tell it's got a lot of their own opinions and speculation in it. So
Oh, yeah.
to note
Yeah.
that neither parents had a history of child abuse or
Yeah, it's
assault, and JonBenét's siblings' testimonies are consistent with that fact.
hey, bro.
Oh, I gotta hop down.
Hey,
Your neighbor's here. Sorry.
is
What you doing,
am I
love?
making weird noise too?
Not well. It only does it when you first come in, and then it cuts right off.
Okay.
I think yours only does. You know what I mean? Because yours has
Yeah.
done that since forever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it only does it as you come into StreamYard, and then it cuts off on its own. That's why I thought hers was gonna do.
Right.
Because normally it just takes care of itself. You know.
Okay. All right. Yeah. This. I was an adult when all this happened because I'm old, and so yeah, I was like you. I thought Bert.
Did you? You thought Burke too? See, I wonder how many
I
people in the
did.
chat think
I
Burke did
did.
it.
I thought Bert did it. I really did, and that's why I said the other day, if y'all haven't watched this, it's so good because, excuse me, it was so wild what law enforcement said too. And now you have to go back how many years? You have to think.
You mean the Netflix documentary or thing that we
Yeah.
watched?
That's
Yeah,
why I
that was
wanted
really
everybody
good.
to
I thought
watch
it was
it.
really informative too.
It was really good, but back that long ago, we believed, mainstream media. We believed law enforcement. And then
Right.
that came out that law enforcement was feeding mainstream media misinformation and to try to put, and the guy even testified in his deposition that, yes, they did that to put pressure on the family. So it was very interesting how it all played out, but my mind was completely switched. And you know who I thought about the whole time I was watching that Netflix was Heels. Because, Heels, we had many conversations up here about JonBenét and everything. And I was like, well, she knows the truth. She knows the truth. None of
Yes,
us
we
know
did
the
as well because I've always been fascinated with this case. Even like
Yep.
3 years ago, we did a live stream on this case. We talked, you know what I mean?
Yep. So, but go ahead and start playing it. But yeah, I've got thoughts. So.
All right, baby, here we go.
Okay.
During the autopsy's external examination, the forensic pathologist found no evidence of scalp trauma, a finding supported by photographs that showed no visible signs of head injury. However, the internal examination unveiled a significant area of scalp hemorrhage located in the right temporoparietal region, spanning roughly 7 inches by 3 inches. Additionally, a rectangular-shaped fragment of skull, displaced in the posterior-parietal area, was identified, measuring approximately 1.75 inches by 0.5 inches. Given the nature of the injury, investigators dismissed the possibility of an accidental fall or the deliberate slamming of JonBenét's head against an object as the cause. The evidence pointed towards the use of a weapon with a dull round edge, something elongated, which would be capable of generating the necessary acceleration and force to inflict the observed damage. The absence of blood was attributed to the lack of a scalp laceration. Several factors could explain why the scalp did not lacerate in this instance. The age of JonBenet played a role. Younger children have skulls that are less rigid and more flexible, providing less support for the skin to split under the impact of a blunt force. Additionally, their skin is more elastic compared to that of adults. The instrument used to strike had a smooth edge, similar to that of a golf club or the bezel head of a maglite, which could have minimized skin damage. A heavy, black police-style flashlight, which belonged neither to the police nor the Ramseys, was found on the kitchen counter. During forensic examination, it appeared that both the flashlight and its batteries had been deliberately cleaned of any fingerprints. According to the autopsy findings, the stomach was found to contain a minor quantity of yellow to light green tan material, resembling pieces of vegetable or fruit, possibly identifiable as fragments of pineapple.
Now, see, this is where, like I said, this is where we all got this shit. This is what filled our heads with bullshit because we all, like I said, pineapple and milk was one of Burke's favorite snacks, is what was said, right?
Yep.
And then they said they alleged that she had this same food in her stomach.
Yep. And it was not identified as pineapple.
Holy hell, Peggy's got her fucking tinfoil hat on.
I just
Peggy, what are you doing, Pegster?
Girl.
Look at what she got going on. Parents knew John Bonet died because they accidentally in an MK Ultra session.
I swear. He wild out. Oh, Lord, I
You
saw
got your
that.
tinfoil hat on, boo.
I saw that.
Miss Pegster, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Here, Gina says it's a no. It's a no for me. But listen, I thought that too because they all said it was in her handwriting. No, it wasn't.
Nope. And
we got lied to, but listen, I feel deceived.
I do too. And look,
I feel like these motherfuckers lied to us, and we could have been found the killer with our investigation skills.
And
Shit.
everybody talked about, well, how would only they would know how much John's Christmas bonus was that year. No, ma'am. He was the CEO of a company.
Right, it goes out for everybody to know.
That's right. It's public information. It goes out to the stockholders. That's not private. If you go look for it, you will find it published before her murder. I got a feeling. There's two. I ain't gonna say right now, but I got two cats in mind on this one. Ain't none of them in that family. So, but yeah.
Well,
but
now
yeah,
see,
everybody's like. But people didn't question, because that was another thing that got me. It was like, back then, it was like, well, yeah, she would know how much his bonus was. He would know how much it was. It wasn't Burke's handwriting, So, but now being older and knowing how things work, and not in my 20s, that that the CEOs, their bonuses. Look, I went and looked up what the CEO of the hospital I used working in, how much he got, and I found it.
Boom, it was right there, huh?
It's public information.
See?
I did that last year. So, yeah. Now, I wasn't digging on him, but, I just wanted to see, Things had changed. Where's the money going? So, but yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Photographs captured of the house on that day show a bowl of pineapple placed on the kitchen table with a spoon inside it. Yet, both John and Patsy Ramsey claimed they had no recollection of placing the bowl on the table, nor of giving John Bonet pineapple to eat. Regarding the timing of when the pineapple was consumed, three main theories or arguments have been presented. One theory suggests that the pineapple could have been eaten during the dinner at the White's residence. However, Mr. White did not remember whether pineapple was actually served at his dinner party. As per the second theory, John Bonet ate pineapple few hours before going to the White's party. In favor of this theory, Boulder medical examiner stated it could have been eaten as early as 4:30 p.m. before the Ramseys left their home for a dinner at the White's. And as per the last theory, John Bonet ate pineapple after coming back from White's party and before her death. Proponents of this theory state that at White's party, John Bonet ate crabs and that crab meal had been digested. This would mean that the pineapple must have been eaten after the meal at the White's, as it was still not digested. John Bonet's body was found with complex rope slipknots and a garrote affixed to her. The garrote featured a wooden handle, ingeniously crafted from the midpoint of a paintbrush. A segment of the brush's bristle end was discovered in a container holding Patsy's art materials, yet the paintbrush's lower third remained elusive, despite thorough searches of the residence. A nylon cord was fastened to this wooden piece, with one end forming a loop that included a slipknot, encircling John Bonet's neck within this loop. Fibers that matched the material of the cord used in the slipknots and garrote were located on John Bonet's bed. Hair that corresponded to the John Bonet's was intertwined in the knot positioned at the back of her head, and in the knot, securing the fragmented paintbrush handle to the garrote. A piece of cord was found loosely wrapped around John Bonet's right wrist, yet there were no signs suggesting her wrists had been securely tied at any point. This observation led several investigators to speculate that the cord might have been placed on her wrist post-mortem as part of staging. DNA extracted from 2 segments of the cord was identical to John Bonet's DNA. This particular cord did not match any cord found within the Ramsey household. Evidence gathered during the autopsy was consistent with the inference that she struggled to remove the garrote from her neck. Coroner's report noted injuries on the right side of John Bonet's face and left lower back, and characterized them as abrasions.
As abrasions?
Yeah, that's just well, it's just like a superficial, like, scratch, it's like they have to know everything.
Right, like a...
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So Kim says, my uncle who had a sheetrock business had remodeled that house and said it was very unusual. Hold on. It was very unusual, said that you would have to be familiar with the house to find John Bonet's room. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then when they did that, that walkthrough with all their Christmas trees and whatever,
yeah,
I feel like they fucking, pretty much gave an open ticket to, hey, come check out the layout of our house.
Or it's somebody, not the family, but somebody the family knew.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm not, well, I think it was either a weirdo that had attacked another child after this and the mother scared it off. She wasn't in pageants. She just lived nearby. And she walked
Yeah, that's
in.
the one that caught the guy in her daughter's room, right?
Yep. And the mother caught him before the child could be harmed. And she didn't get a good look at his face and all the things. That wasn't investigated as to maybe a possible tie. And another thing, y'all look into this friend that was with John when John Bonet was found. There's some weirdness going on there, down to the funeral, down to the protective order, all the things with that cat. So, these weren't recluse people. I'm sure they had a lot of parties, even months prior. It didn't have to be just from the Christmas tree show that they let everybody come in their house. They have parties. So it could have been this person checked out their house months before. I think he was waiting, and he could have been in that house on many occasions, and just that night is when he chose to do this. Whether he be hiding in the house or, being friends. Just my opinion.
I don't know. It's still kind of odd to me. I'm just...
Mm-hmm. But I completely flipped my...
But then look at Dylan Rounds. The guy that they had called out there to help them,
right,
was the one that murdered him.
Right. Yep. There's some weird stuff going on with that friend. I'm just saying. Yeah, go check it out. John's friend. Yep. That was with John when they found John Bonet.
Right, but okay, so the guy that he was with, didn't they have dinner at his house with him and his wife that night?
I don't know if it was... I don't think it was the same friend that they had dinner with. I think it was a different friend. But I could be wrong.
Gotcha.
I could be wrong. But dang, I wish my husband was here.
Well, it says that he called them right over, and then he called them over, the same people they had dinner with. They called everybody over, the neighbors, people they had dinner with the night, prior.
Right, but I don't think it was just them in the house. Like the police were there. Of course, when she was found, I don't think it was just that. Multiple people were in there, so I don't know if that friend... I wish my husband was here. He could tell me his name. But I don't know if it was him that had the dinner party where they were at on Christmas Eve, or if it was one of the other umpteen people that were in the house. Hey, BTM. The Stein.
What up, B-Thug?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Later in the investigation, Detective Lou Smith introduced a controversial theory that JonBenet Ramsey allegedly had been subdued with a stun gun. I mentioned the word allegedly because there is no evidence for it, and there is disagreement among experts about the origin of the marks observed on her body. Smith said red marks found on JonBenet's body were about 3.5 centimeters apart, roughly the same distance between contacts on an air taser model 34000. But a spokesman for AirTaser named Stephen Tuttle raised doubts that the company's device was used in the killing. I am bewildered. I don't know what to think about the theory, Tuttle said. Tuttle conceded that 2 marks are close to the width of the contacts of an air taser, but said that's where the similarities end. We have never seen those types of marks when you touch somebody with a stun gun, he said. It is uncommon for the stun gun to leave only 2 marks on the skin. The body moves away from the stun gun, causing multiple erratic marks. How you can keep this thing perfectly still not once but twice on a squirming child? It doesn't make any sense, he said. He also said the air taser does not render people unconscious. Nebraska doctor Robert Stratbucker, who has conducted several experiments on stun guns and is considered a courtroom expert, said he takes considerable issue with Smith's stun gun theory. In support of Detective Lou Smith's stun gun theory, John and Patsy Ramsey presented photos of JonBenet from Christmas morning showing no marks on her neck. While these photos neither conclusively prove nor disprove the stun gun theory, they do confirm the absence of visible marks at that time. Investigators found the length of the ransom note particularly unusual, extending over 2.5 handwritten.
Can you pause it? Okay.
Yep, I got my music playing, but this is like super loud over it. So if I turn it up any louder, it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be even worse.
Okay, I think, so they proved that the day before she did not have those marks, right? But now on autopsy, she had those marks. They, so I'm going to
The alleged stun gun marks.
Right.
That's what you're talking about?
So
Okay.
they said, so the owner of the company, do you think so he's an expert, right? Okay, you own a company. Okay. Plus, if she was asleep, if this intruder came in, stun gunned her, no, it will not, a stun gun will not make you unconscious, but it will stop you. It will take your breath away, so you can get a hand over a mouth, so you can, that's why it's called a stun, because it stuns you. It stuns you. They did, it's not just the length of the 2 markings that were on her, but they also tested it, and they kind of have like a tiny bit of a square aspect to them, just a tiny bit. They're not perfectly round like a BB, and they matched up perfectly. So I'm going to believe an investigator over I am the owner of a company that says, no, it couldn't be ours. Just saying. Yeah, it does cause a huge amount of pain, and it stuns you. So that's why they're used. They're not used to tickle people, okay? And his comment of our tasers don't render someone unconscious, duh. I don't think she was unconscious, but I think it was a way to stun her to get her out of that bedroom, in my opinion. And they even tested it on, this investigator even tested it on a pig.
You see what Pecan said? There's also a train track that matches up perfectly.
But that investigator, he matched up that train track, and the way she would have had to fall on to have that marking of that train track, because of it being a horizontal thing, or even if it was sitting up, it would have left different markings. There would have been different markings around it, because that's what the police came out and tried to say. And then they tested this actual make and model of this stun gun against pigskin, and it was a perfect match.
Did you see what Kodo said? She said here, there was no burn marks in the taser marks, like in quotes, and it says it's levity from the train tracks.
And that's why we don't know who did it.
All right, here we go. Well, this right here is pretty. I mean, in my opinion, this chain or this video is not one side or the other. It's got a lot of their opinions in it too.
And there's a lot. Like I have a question about the latch.
It deviated significantly.
I have a question about the latch on the door. That's one thing that's always confused me. If the police officer is saying he didn't go in that room because the door was latched from the outside, then how was the door latched from the outside if the killer and JonBenét were inside and he left via the window using the suitcase? See, I have questions. You know.
Well, if it was locked, then how did he get out of it? You know, I mean.
Right. How do you lock a door with a latch from the outside when you're in the inside of the room? See what I'm saying? The latch was on the outside of the door. The police, now is the policeman lying and say, well, it was latched and so I didn't look in there because I was looking for how he would have gotten out. You know, I don't know. But that, you know, I don't know if the police, right now, I don't know if the police is lying or not. You know what I mean? After all that I've seen.
Yeah, because they sure lied their fucking asses off, didn't they?
Sure did.
Gosh dang, they lied their fucking asses off.
And look, that first female detective that went on that show, she should have been fired.
Yeah, and I don't like her. I can tell you right now, she's not somebody I would fuck with or trust for sure.
She
Significantly from typical Ransom.
Because he looked at mail. That's real investigative.
Yeah,
right
and
there.
she said in the way he looked at her.
Yeah.
I said, well, fuck. He probably wasn't even paying attention to the way he looked at you, Jesus Christ.
He probably looked through her because you know what? Guess what? He just found his child. So, and he looked through mail to see if there was any. This is where common sense comes in that people lose. It's like you find a ransom note, you've got a pile of mail sitting there. You're going to look and see, did they send me something yesterday? I haven't been through the mail, but that got twisted. Does he work for a certain intelligence agency? I wonder. Did she work for them? Sounds like it. Anyway, go ahead.
Notes, which are generally brief and direct. Michael Baden, a forensic pathologist, remarked that in his 60 years of practice, he had never encountered a ransom note like this one. The ransom note demanded exactly $118,000 for JonBenét's safe return, a peculiarly specific sum that matched John Ramsey's recent work bonus. This suggested that the perpetrator might have had access to personal information about the Ramsey family, leading investigators to suspect employees at Access Graphics who might have known about John's bonus. Furthermore, the note included unusual phrases such as, "We are a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction," and "Don't try to grow a brain." These phrases led to speculation that the note may have been influenced by movie dialogues, with possible inspirations being films like Ruthless People, Ransom, Escape from New York, Speed, and Dirty Harry. The FBI advised local police that it was highly uncommon for a ransom note of such length to be written at the scene of the crime. This, among others, led police to suspect that the note might have been staged. The only fingerprints found on the note were those of Patsy Ramsey and members of law enforcement who had examined it. Both the final note and a practice draft were penned using a pen and notepad sourced from within the Ramsey household. The pen was found returned to its usual place by the phone, suggesting a familiarity with the household. Additionally, another page in the same notepad contained the words Mr. and Mrs. I, which indicated an aborted first attempt at starting the ransom note. The handwriting in the note was consistent throughout, which is noteworthy since one common method to obscure one's handwriting is to vary the script deliberately. Nevertheless, there seems to have been no attempt by the writer to disguise their handwriting, indicating a degree of confidence or oversight. Who could have possibly written this note? We will take a look at that in the next chapter. But after going through this note multiple times, I have reached the conclusion that it doesn't seem to be written by someone with a real understanding of criminal behavior. It's highly unlikely that someone inexperienced in crime could write a note so revealing of their ineptitude while simultaneously moving undetected around a house for hours, committing kidnapping and murder without being heard or seen, leaving minimal physical evidence, and without any clear signs of entry or exit. It's unlikely that someone capable of such precise and controlled actions would write a note like the one found. You cannot be both unsophisticated in criminal ways and execute what could be considered the crime of the century. The Ramseys reported that their house was unsecured during the night, as they had not activated their security alarm. On the morning of December 26th, at least...
Now, see, to me, that's crazy as hell. Why the hell they didn't? Why would they not activate their alarm?
But, I mean, it's like, maybe they were busy. Maybe the kids were hyped up. It was Christmas Eve. You got to get ready for Santa
Right,
Claus.
but they just had an open house with all these fucking strangers in
Well, in hindsight, I've done the same thing. Have you ever gone to bed with your door unlocked?
Yeah, all the time, but I mean...
Okay, then there's no difference. In my opinion.
My camera system and my fucking system set up at all times.
Right, but...
That's the difference.
I think it's just like them.
If somebody broke in my house, I would know exactly who the fuck it is because I would have their face. You know what I'm saying?
But you got to think of back then. You didn't have the technology so that you had an alarm.
No, but they did have a system, and I feel like they definitely should have had. It's careless to not have.
Right,
it.
and I think they made a mistake that night. I think it was just like Look, I woke up one.
I agree with that. I do think
I woke up one night.
Probably when they know will
morning,
never forgive themselves for it,
Right, and my damn door was open. It was open about 4 inches. I'm like, what? What in the hell? And yeah, and there was a bad storm, and yeah, I didn't lock the door, so the wind, I didn't latch it all the way, much less lock it, and yeah, anybody could have come in here. It's like things happen. This was the perfect storm. And I think that, like Kodo was saying in chat, having all the time to do all the things, I think that person was definitely in that house while they were gone to, I don't think he...
You think he was hiding in the basement while they were gone?
I do. That's a big ass house. And look how remote that room was. You could have hid anywhere and been checking out all the things while they were at a Christmas party.
Right.
Wait for everybody to go to sleep and then do what he did. Or he could have been on the tour, or he could be a friend.
And then it's like, why didn't he do that to Burke? Why only John Bonet, Why not Burke too?
Well, why not the whole family?
But then, you know what? Then I got to thinking, what if he got, scared and took off? Or what if he did have intentions on going back up?
All right. We just don't know. I don't know. I think John would set the alarm.
7 windows and a door were found open. Several ground level windows, including a window well with a removable grate that led to 3 basement playroom windows, were easily accessible. This particular window well was concealed at the back of the house. Initially thought to be shattered, further examination revealed that the window was cracked along the edges and missing a piece of glass, allowing enough space for someone to potentially reach in and unlock it. There was clear evidence of a disturbance in the window well area. Leaves and white styrofoam packing peanuts typically found in the well had been moved to the sides of the center window's sill. Additionally, green foliage was discovered tucked under the movable grate, suggesting that it had been recently opened and closed. Similarly, a leaf and white styrofoam packing peanuts, identical to those found in the window well, were located in the wine cellar. Additionally, Boulder police experiments demonstrated that it was possible for a person to enter the basement playroom through the center window. Intriguingly, no identifiable fingerprints were found on the broken window. Despite employing cyanoacrylate fuming methods to reveal any latent fingerprints, the forensic team found none. Directly beneath this window, a suitcase was discovered with a shard of glass from the window pane underneath it. Retired Detective Lou Smith speculated that the attacker might have intended to use the suitcase to either kidnap JonBenet or move her body out of the house, but it wasn't possible. The basement window had been previously broken by John Ramsey during a lockout incident.
Right there during a lockout incident, so he broke his own fucking window out right here and never fixed it or anything.
Outside this window, investigators discovered a spider web on the window well grate. Spider web strands connecting the window well to the grate were intact, indicating that the grate had not been lifted. A likely scenario, since this particular species of spiders does not build webs in winter due to inactivity. Additionally, climbing through that window would require sitting on the sill, which would disturb the dust and dirt there. However, these were found undisturbed, further suggesting that the window was not used for entry on the night of the murder. The morning temperature was 9 degrees, with a light dusting of snow having fallen overnight. An early arriving Boulder police officer noted that his steps on the driveway and sidewalks left no visible footprints. Therefore, a person walking along these paths would not have left any footprints. In the basement, several recent unidentified shoe prints were discovered imprinted in mold.
But see, it's hard to go off that. There were so many people in the fucking house.
Yep. All right, I've got to run. Hubby just got home, and I got to take care of some business. Thank you for letting me up. I appreciate it. I'll be listening. And it's, this is just a conversation, and none of us have the answers. We're not law enforcement.
That's right.
Don't pretend to be. So, all right, y'all have a good day. Bye-bye.
All right, baby. We'll see you later, love.
Mold growing on the floor. Notably, a shoe print bearing the high-tech brand mark on its sole was found approximately 3 feet from JonBenet's body. The print, imprinted in both dust and mold, appeared relatively fresh due to its clarity and detail, and it featured distinctive tread patterns with a zigzag design, typical of military or hiking boots. Despite thorough investigations, the print could not be matched to any footwear owned by family members or known suspects. The database of shoe prints, encompassing various brands and models, also failed to yield any matches. A 2002 Washington Post article, citing an anonymous source, reported that investigators had determined the boots that made the footprint found near JonBenet's body belonged to her brother, Burke. Ramsey's attorney Lynn Wood refuted these claims, stating, "Burke Ramsey does not and has never owned a pair of quote-unquote trademarked high-tech sneakers that the Ramseys are aware of." However, in a 2022 interview with Dr. Phil, Burke said, "Yeah, I owned a high-tech shoe with the compass on the string. I always played down in the basement. It's our house, so what if it's my shoe?" Steve Thomas, a former investigator on the case, noted that high-tech boots were also commonly worn by police officers, and some officers reportedly visited the crime scene unofficially and without documentation. Also, the direct link between the footprints and the crime remains unproven. If a print were found overlapping an object directly connected to the crime, such as part of the blanket covering JonBenet and the floor, it would suggest a stronger connection to the crime, unless, of course, it was inadvertently placed there by a police officer. Moreover, another partial shoe print featuring only a portion of a logo was also discovered near JonBenet's body. We are not sure if the smaller print may be that of a child or a carabiner or a similar object. A previously unidentified palm print on the door to the wine cellar has been identified as belonging to Melinda Ramsey, JonBenet's adult half-sister, who was in Georgia at that time. According to further investigations, 3 palm prints were found on the door leading to the basement room, a door that the perpetrator would have needed to close to secure the lock. 2 of these prints were identified as belonging to Patsy Ramsey. Asserting that the 3rd print must belong to an intruder seems like a stretch to me. None of the palm prints of the family members matched the unidentified print from that door. Notably, the prints of these 4 family members who had stayed in the house had never been collected for comparison. The coroner used the same set of clippers on all of JonBenet's nails, potentially mixing DNA from previous autopsies, which was identified in 3 of the 13 DNA tests. In early 1997, CBI conducted tests on these samples. and DNA profiles from JonBenét's fingernails showed a mixture, with the majority matching her own DNA, but also included foreign genetic markers, 2 in the right-hand sample and 4 in the left-hand sample. The DNA from the underwear also showed a mixture, primarily JonBenét's, with 1 foreign genetic marker. In 2003, Greg LaBerge from the Denver Crime Lab extracted material from a mixed blood sample on JonBenét's underwear and established a DNA profile known as Unknown Male 1. This DNA sample from JonBenét's panties was submitted to the FBI's Combined DNA Index system. However, the sample did not match any profile in the database, which includes over 1.6 million profiles from known offenders and arrestees. No matches have been found, even after 20 years. Since then, 6 unique and unidentified genetic profiles, 5 male and 1 female, have been discovered in this case. Additionally, the left fingernail scrapings revealed unidentified male 1, while the right fingernails showed 2 more unique profiles, unidentified male 2, and a unique unknown female profile. The DNA profile from the waistband, seams, and crotch of the panties was unidentified as male 3. In 2008, under Boulder DA Mary Lacey's direction, Bode Technology conducted touch DNA testing on following previously untested key items. The previously identified male DNA profile, UM1, was identified on both sides of the long underwear's waistband. Dr. Angela Williamson said, "Touch DNA are skin cells that you shed when you come into contact with anything." The discovery that the unknown male DNA from JonBenét's underpants also matched the DNA on the long underwear's waistband was unexpected. We were like, this is pretty big. This gives more weight to the theory that this is from the perpetrator and not from manufacturing contamination. The DNA found on JonBenét's underpants, which were larger than her size and intended for a 12-year-old, came from a packet purchased by Patsy Ramsey for JonBenet and her niece. JonBenet was found wearing a Wednesday pair of underpants from a packet found in the basement, intended for Patsy's niece rather than her usual size. The smaller underpants meant for her age were missing. There is evidence suggesting JonBenet was wiped down and changed into these larger underpants after her death. The Bode Lab excluded John, Andrew, and Melinda Ramsey as sources, but could not exclude Burke or Patsy Ramsey. 2 areas of stain on the cord were cut out and analyzed for DNA. The DNA from the 2 stains matched JonBenét's DNA. John Ramsey carried his daughter up a flight of stairs after discovering her body.
Now, I don't know if they just expected him to leave her there or leave her laying there. I think he just snatched her up and ran up the steps with her. I mean, I could see any dad doing that with their child after finding him like that. Shit, I clicked on the wrong damn box here. So I was doing a poll and I put on here, do you guys think Patsy wrote the ransom? So we have yes 43% and no 57%. So we're still kind of like half and half. Oh shit, now I can do, look, you guys, guess what just popped up? We can do super chat goals. I didn't even know you could do this. We're doing this right now. Uh-oh. Set a timer. We'll do an hour. How are we going to celebrate this? Okay, so we're going to do 20 super chats. Let's see how you pick them. Yellow and higher. We'll do teal and higher. Set it for 1 hour. Voices, where the hell you at? Shit, I don't even know what the hell to do. I ain't never been able to do this before, so... do it. All right, there we go. Can you guys see it on your side? Well, YouTube has never given me the option to do this, so I don't know anything about it. But it says we set it up. So it says our goal was created here for Queen Bee just started a goal. So it says see goal, and it says 20 super chats for your thing for an hour. So we're going to try to reach our goal. All right, here we go. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Good morning, Rap Track. Miss Cambry got the first one. Thank you so much for helping me towards my goal, Biddy. Uh-oh, throw glitter on it. Yes, we will. That's right, baby. You can see it too, JPC. It's the first time we got one. We've never been able to do this. This is stinking cool. I didn't know you could even, I didn't know we had the option to do it because we never have been able to. Let's see, Fit and Curvy. Let's go, Hive. I know that's right, baby. Thank you guys. You little sweetheart, you. I'm trying to get my voice back, but it just keeps popping out. Oh, look at y'all. 3M Farm, Bumblebee, a blank slate says it works. Rowena's number 2. Halloween baby, thank you so much. And Miss Law Nerd, happy Monday. This case is sad. Yeah, it is really sad. This case is sad as hell, man. And I appreciate y'all being here hanging out. I know it's not like the topic of the day, you know, and it's not Seth and Sean and Dog and all that bullshit. But we got to have a break, man. We got to have a fucking break. It's a little much to talk about them every single day. You know what I mean? It's just a lot. Dang, you guys, we're going to fill up our goal quick. Shoot. Let's see here. Hope for Snoopy did a $6.99 one. Says next. Tribal Gal, number 5. See you, girl. Shell Bell, thank you so much. Irish Eyes, thank you, love. Secret, listen, let's make it, everyone. Are we close? We probably already closed already. Does it tell you on the other side? Does it tell you the goal's been reached or anything? Does it say over there? It doesn't tell me over here. Spring like a bee. I know that's right, babes. Pistol Amy, how lightning fast can we meet that goal? Shit, I don't know, baby. I think we already met it. Absolute Shambles is easy peasy. B. Tim has to sing Safe Space from the goal. He's going to say he's at work on his lunch break. He can't do it. He ain't got time. Tia Marie, thank you so much, love, for the $2 super sticker. KB, thank you so much for the $20 super sticker, love. Oh, we got 15. We got 15 out of 20. Damn, not fast. Look at y'all. Look at y'all. Gosh dang. You guys are some peaches. All right, here we go. We ready? Oh, Marabella, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 super sticker, love. All right, here we go. We are almost there. Busted Can of Biscuits sending some love. Thank you so much. Petty AF did a $2 super sticker. Thank you so much. Miss Rowena says, wiener, wiener. Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner. My goodness. We had to take us a little break because this is a sad case for real. We got 2 left. All right, we got 2 left. Damn, that was quick, you guys. Look at y'all. Last breadstick says I got the next one. Hold on, SS. What'd you say? You're truly out of stuff to say? Yeah, I'm with everyone else. I like that you are doing another topic. I feel like this is much better than the craziness. Yeah, we had to take a little break from it. I mean, fuck, there's so much going on. It's tough to talk about that every single day. You know what I mean? I'm just, I had to find something else to talk about. I was like, we got to find a different topic. And we watched that JonBenet Netflix series, but there was a lot of stuff in that we didn't know. Well, that a lot of us didn't know. And I thought it was pretty cool that we all did that little Discord watch party. That was pretty neat. Jen Rebel, thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. Chica, I'm enjoying today's content. Nobody's fighting. Breaks are awesome. Absolutely. It is. And you know what? My voice is worn the fuck out. I got a chest cold and my voice is worn out and it's cold and rainy here. Fit and curvy, not the wiener. You guys are too funny. Law Nerd did a $1.99 super sticker. And Pistol Amy says, and done. And Camry says, love pissing off the pocket watchers. Here's my second one. Well, you know they're going to be pissy because we got this little thing now. I think it's pretty cool. Irish Eyes, thank you so much, love. So we reached it. What does it do? Do you get like a little thing on the screen? Does it do like little something cool or what? What does it do? Does it do anything neat? I wish I could see it over here. Oh, it does. Make it rain. Look at it. Somebody sent a screenshot. They said there's confettis all over. Oh my gosh, you guys. Look at y'all. Boom, beady, boom. I know that's right. That's pretty damn cool. That is pretty cool. A little confetti bath. So you guys got confetti thrown at you. Okay. Well, thank you for supporting the hive, loves. I wish it threw instead of like little bumblebee confettis. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Texas, I just got a screenshot. It's across the chat. It looks like it's across the chat. It doesn't, I didn't see it anywhere else, but it just came across the chat on the screen. And it says, you did it. Your goal is complete. See goal. And then it says, start another goal. And then it lets you do it. You can do here. Let's see. We can go back up. Let's see. It says, okay, so you can pick a goal. You can do 1 super chat or 50 super chats. Like you got 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, or 30, 50. It doesn't go to 40, I guess. So I didn't have here. And now we got options. You can set it for an hour, 15 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours. And then it says, what will you do when you celebrate? I said, well, we will chit chat. That was quick, wasn't it? Yeah, I know. We got some hive strong haters. Goodness sakes. There's been a horrible shooting in a Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin, reporting multiple injuries and worse. Children among the injured. Sorry to put in here, but I felt it was important. Damn, just Don, I didn't even hear about that. My God. You know, the other day when JLR was talking about that lady, they said that she had actually went in there and was going the fuck off. Apparently her charges got dropped. I guess she didn't make any threats or anything, but they sure was going to make an example out of her ass. It says Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin. Wow, damn. See, that is so fucking sad. You send your kids to school and you think they're going to be safe. And then, say we're just sitting here chatting and boom, our phones ring. And we're getting a call that some kid went in and shot the fucking school. Like, that's just crazy to me. It's fucking crazy to me. Sad as hell, man. It's fucking sad. All right, here we go. We're almost done. We're about halfway through with this. Is there a press conference now? You want to go watch it? You want to stop what we're doing and watch it or just keep going? That is sad, man. That is sad as hell. You guys want to watch it? All right, let's go pull it. We'll watch it real quick. See what's going on. And while we're doing a sidebar, my legal fund is going to be closed out in 2 days. It closes on the 17th. Actually, I think it's tomorrow. Is this the 7th? This is the 16th today? Let's see here. Yeah, so today's the 16th. It'll be closed out tomorrow. So I'll drop the link a couple times in the chat. If y'all can help out, that's cool. If you can't, no biggie. I appreciate y'all. But I forgot today was the 16th. Shit. All right, here we go.
Is right here behind me. You see you got Madison police vehicles there. There's a fire truck there. Paramedics are there as well. Again, this is a health clinic, so maybe some they could help here with the doctors and nurses who work at this clinic. But the parents I've tried to talk to, didn't have time for a reporter. Understandably, they are on their way to figure out if they can reunite with their child in this very frantic moment for them. But they are just trying to figure out what's next, where they're going. As I mentioned, they've been told to come here. Some of them probably aware that they're supposed to come to the SSM clinic, and they just walk down the road and they're running towards the school. You see across the street, looks to be like a group of parents right there on the corner. That's at the corner of Stoughton right there, Stoughton Road and Buckeye Road. As you see, the road is shut down as traffic is kind of coming through here onto Buckeye Road. These parents obviously don't know much what's going on. They just know to come here to this area because they heard about this school shooting. I'm sure their cell phones are getting checked every couple seconds to see if they can't talk to their loved one who might be in this school right now. But again, this is the reunification area. Lots of Madison police standing outside the lobby right there as parents are running in, trying to get.
Wow, that's sad as hell, man. Fuck. Man. Let's see here. And there's all kinds of shit. Listen to the dog snoring. He's sawing logs over there. What in the hell is this? Where's the press conference? Oh my God.
All hands on deck here. Now that is the church over
Oh
there
my
where
God.
the majority of the police cars are near right now. And there is also an emergency management vehicle set up that just got here a few minutes ago that's in the parking lot as well. I've been talking with parents. I've been talking with community members. One parent told me she has 2 kids at school, and every day before school, they pray that this doesn't happen, this exact situation. Chilling here in Madison on this day, a Monday before winter break, a time where people are supposed to be having their holiday parties, wrapping up to have time with family. This is what these kids walked into today. Now, I'm going, everybody, all hands on deck here. Now, that is the church over there where the majority of the police cars are near right now. And there is also an emergency management vehicle set up that just got here a few minutes ago that's in the parking lot as well. I've been talking with parents. I've been talking with community members. One parent told me she has 2 kids at school, and every day before school, they pray that this doesn't happen, this exact.
As a community and figure out what happened here and make sure that it doesn't happen in any other place that should be a refuge for students in our community. Right there.
What sort of gun-related policies, if any, were in place at the school, and did the school have metal detectors? I'm not aware that the school had metal detectors, nor should schools have metal detectors. It's a school, it's a safe space. So I don't know. Again, it is a private Christian school. It is not under the authority of MMSDs, and that is something that we'll have to look into.
Chief, of the 7 victims, how many are students? How many are teachers?
I'm not going to give any information about who the victims are, whether they're student, staff, or parents, because we need to make sure that we can notify people. I think that's the most important thing. Before
police they never fucking
that is correct.
Let's follow
I
that
don't,
one
I
question.
don't, I don't know if it's a male or female, but the police department did not further.
Like the shooter.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
The 3 total.
That's correct.
Are the 7 that was transported, are the 3 fatalities within that 7 or addition to that?
Yes, within that 7.
What can you tell us about the status of the other transports?
We know that they range from minor injuries to life-threatening. I know that's a huge, spectrum, but that's what we know now. And so we need everyone, again, to send your thoughts and your prayers out to them. One thing I do know is that we have some of the best medical care in the country here in Madison. And so we
look, how fucking scary, man. How fucking scary. This is crazy. Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate you. I clicked our goal button and I can shut it off. But I just put it on there for right now.
We hope that everyone will recover, but at this time, we don't know.
So we did just get an update from our command post. 5 deceased at this time, 5 injured.
Situation, just hearing that, what does that make you think? How does that make you feel? That we have to do a better job in our community on a Monday, right? So close to Christmas, that we're updating victims. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done, and we're committed to doing that work. We just ask for your patience. I think the most important part is the reunification, again, that we spoke about, making sure that those persons who are in the schools, whether they're staff, students, or what have you, are reunified, and we have done that. Again, I want to say thank you to all our partners. Again, our friends are here from the ATF. They're going to help us. I heard the question about the gun. I don't know yet, which is why we have a great partnership with the ATF that will help us determine the origin of this gun and where it happened. So I'm gonna leave it at that, and we will have another press conference. Stephanie has the location.
We're doing 2:30 at Fire Station 14 in their community room. 2:30, Fire Station 14.
Steph, can you confirm the 5 who are dead? Does that include the shooter?
That doesn't include
It would,
Are the
yes.
victims
it would.
students, teachers, a mix?
Yeah, again, we're not going to talk about that until we notify all the families that may be involved. Again, this is an ever evolving situation, and we're trying to figure it out. What did you say, man?
Has the school been cleared? Are all the students out of the school?
The school has been through a secondary clearing. We're doing another one now with the help of bomb dogs, just in case. We want to clear vehicles and things of that nature. So we're going to take our time, and we're going to go through and we're going to do everything that we can. So thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Fire station.
Okay, I'm a little confused because they were dead. They first said 3 dead and 7 transported. Then the police said that the 3 dead were among the 7 transported. Then there was a question about the 5 dead, but I hadn't heard about 5 dead. I heard about 3 dead. So I think maybe the person who asked about the 5 dead, I mean, now I'm confused. Did they say, oh, did I miss the 5 dead update? Now all right, now.
Loved ones and grandparents wanted to get information about their loved ones, and we wanted to make sure that they were unified immediately. So we were doing more than one thing at one time. We're still going through methodically clearing that school, clearing every vehicle, and making certain that there's no other threats to this community, which we believe there are none. We immediately alerted our mayor's office, and I've been on the phone with her and her office constantly. We also alerted Madison schools. We put the schools on down, but there's no threats to the MMSD schools at this time. But we wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence in this particular case. Again, we're still going through collecting evidence, collecting information, making sure that our community is safe from what is a sad day for our community and for our country. And we have to do a little bit better. I don't have all the answers that you want right now, but I will tell you this: we have some of the best officers in the entire country. Our detectives are amazing. We're going to go and work hard and go through this scene so that we can piece together what exactly happened. Again, there'll be another briefing in about 2 hours, and if I have additional information, I will certainly let you know what that information is. Again, around 10:57 a.m., officers responded to an active shooter. They responded for our protocol. They found the person who they believe was responsible, who was down, deceased. We know that it's juvenile. We know that there are other persons who have lost their lives. We know that we've transported about 7 people after giving them life-saving measures. So it's important to notice too that about 3 miles from here is our training center. Today, and so they got to practice in real time. They left the training center immediately and came down here and doing in real time what they were actually practicing for. And that's why training is so important, and making sure that we can provide the best possible training and the best possible response for our community members. And making sure that we can provide the best possible training and the best possible response for our community members. I'm asking everyone to send your heartfelt wishes and prayers and thoughts yet again to a community, but this time it's my community. Dylan?
Yeah. Can we start over here with question? Chief, you mentioned you're a father. You're the police chief here in Madison. What emotions are you feeling right now after going through all that?
To be honest with you, I'm feeling a little dismayed now. I'm so close to Christmas. Every child, every person in that building is a victim and will be a victim forever. These types of trauma don't just go away. And we need to figure out and try to piece together what exactly happened. Right now, my heart is heavy for my community. My heart is heavy for Madison, and we have to come there as a community and figure out what happened here and make sure that it doesn't happen in any place that should be a refuge for students in our community.
Right there.
What sort of gun-related policies, if any, were in place at the school, and did the school have metal detectors?
I'm not aware that the school had metal detectors, nor should schools have metal detectors. It's a school, it's a safe space. So I don't know. Again, it is a private Christian school. It is not the authority of MMSDs, and that is something that we'll have to look into.
Chief, of the 7 victims, how many are students? How many are teachers?
We're not going to give. I'm not going to give any information about who the victims are, whether they're students, staff, or parents, because we need to make sure that we can notify people. I think that's the most important thing before we go.
But police didn't. They never fired their weapons. She took her own life, correct?
Let's follow that one question.
I don't know if it's a male or female, but the police department did not fire their weapons.
Are the 3 fatalities you mentioned including the suspected shooter? Or
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So 3 total.
And then are the 7 that was transported, are the 3 fatalities within that 7 or addition to them?
Yes, within that 7.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Was the shooter a student at the school?
We believe the shooter was a student at the school, yes.
What can you tell us about the status of the other transports?
We know that they range from minor injuries to life-threatening. I know that's a huge, spectrum, but that's what we know now. And so we need everyone, again, to send your thoughts and your prayers out to them. One thing I do know is that we have some of the best medical care in the country here in Madison. And so we hope that everyone will recover, but at this time, we don't know.
So we did just get an update from our command post. 5 deceased at this time, 5 injured.
Do you know what kind of gun was used?
Again, this is a ever evolving situation. Just hearing that, what does that make you think? How does that make you feel? And we have to do a better job in our community on a Monday, right? So close to Christmas that we're updating victims. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done, and we're committed to doing that work. We just ask for your patience. I think the most important part is the reunification, again, that we spoke about, making sure that those persons who were in the schools, whether they're staff, students, or what have you, are reunified, and we have done that. Again, I want to say thank you to all our partners. Again, our friends are here from the ATF. They're going to help us. I heard the question about the gun. I don't know yet, which is why we have a great partnership with the ATF that will help us determine the origin of this gun and where it happened. So I'm gonna leave it at that, and we will have another press conference. Stephanie has the location.
We're doing 2:30 at Fire Station 14 in their community room. 2:30, Fire Station 14.
Steph,
Okay.
can you confirm the 5 who are dead? Does that include the shooter?
That does include
It
the
was,
shooter.
Are the
yes.
victims students, teachers, a mix?
Yeah, again,
Still
we're not going
working
to
to
talk
notify
about
families, so
that until we notify all the families that may be involved. Again,
Was
this
this a 17-year-old girl?
This
Was
is
this a
an
17-year-old girl?
ever evolving situation, and we're trying to figure it out. What did you say?
Has the school been cleared? Are all the students out of the school?
The school has been through a secondary clearing. We're doing another one now with the help of bomb dogs, just in case. We want to clear vehicles and things of that nature. So we're going to take our time, and we're going to go through and we're going to do everything that we can. So
all right,
thank you very much.
2:30, okay, at Fire Station 14 in the community room.
Are the students still in the school right now? Oh, hold on. They're out. Okay, thank you.
Well, damn, you guys. That's really fucked up. That's really fucked up. What do you mean, why was you blocked? Was that you that just came up here under HMMMMM? Because if that's you, I'll go take it off. But I figured it was somebody fucking trolling because it's the letters HMMMMMM. Because, I mean, Pink Lotus, you're in here, but was you just trying to come up here on the panel? What the hell? Yeah, Revival, there's parents, I know there's parents that are grateful their kids are out of school and they're done. Shit, there's some of us like me that I still got, 3 in school. So, and this makes me sick to my stomach. Like, really sick to my stomach. That's awful. That is awful. And you guys don't tell anybody Brittany J's over here sleeping. I know y'all can hear that. I know y'all can hear that. Ain't no way you can't hear that. She is going hard in the snores. And the little dog is like sleeping underneath of her. It's fucking hilarious. Look, let me show. I gotta show you all this.
I will be there to get you.
See. My goodness. Okay, she scooted over, but I gotta. Yeah, she came over for a slumber party and she ain't woke up yet. Alexis, mine is too. She's over here, man. She is sawing logs, man. I don't know how anybody don't hear that shit. That is, man. She is over here knocked the fuck out. Here, I'm gonna have to show y'all what her and the little dog look like because it's cracking me up. That is too funny. She is so loud. All right, here we go. I just love it. And she's got her little face buried now. Look at her, my little snore machine. There's one of them. And look at the little dog with her, snuggled up with her. Let me tell you about my best friend. I can't help it. It's so funny to me. And she don't even give a fuck. You guys, I am done. That shit cracks me up. She does not care that her sister is snoring in her ear. She does not give a fuck. She is knocked out. Well, they all are, actually. That is too funny. Little Vu baby and the tiny one. They are sleeping sound. They are sleeping sound, man. And they do that song, let me tell you about my best friend. That's what it reminds me of. Because she follows her around everywhere, too. Oh, my God. Listen, William, we ain't going to talk about that. You're going to get beat Tim in trouble. Years will. Hold on. She'll crawl under the blanket and just stick her head out and lay into the pillow like a human. Yes. Well, you see how mine sleep together. They cuddle right up next to each other. Nice looking dogs, 15,000, right? Shit. Snoring can be hypnotic. Oh, yeah. And Jim, they're over here just, having a sleepy time over here. Hold on. Are they like that at night? Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. They all snuggle up together at nighttime. I mean, they try to lay right next to me every time. And then I have to, you know what I'm saying? There's some little cuddle bugs. Straight up cuddle bugs. All right, you guys want to go back to this JonBenet Ramsey, or do you want to do something else? What y'all want to do? What are we doing? Or you want me to? You know what? I could probably get off here and get some shit done. That's probably what I should do. But Voodoo is the one that's snoring. Voodoo and Nala, those two are my snore machines. Duke snores sometimes, but it's not as loud as the girls. The girls actually snore quite a bit. Oh, you want to go over Betty's live this morning? Fuck, I'm gonna have to change my whole thumbnail. You guys, we're doing a sidebar for real. Okay, you know what? We'll just change the name of the title of this live. That's what we'll do. Oh, you know what? You guys listen to this. Let me tell you something. We were supposed to be listen, you guys were supposed to be gatekeeping this fucking case for us. Remember we talked about it last night? We went on a field trip and everything together. Sidebar times 2. You guys were supposed to be watching this case from the Ohio one, where they found the 3 girls that were murdered. You guys were supposed to be gatekeeping that case. Guess what happened? YouTuber showed up there this morning, video recording it on a fucking live. Great. We say it one time, we talk about it, boom. Boom. Got a fucking YouTuber outside recording, showing the house, showing the neighborhood. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Listen. You guys, we were supposed to not let anybody else talk about that. Remember, we were trying to just not let anybody else talk about it. We did a field trip yesterday. Yes, listen, on the hunt with my map. Why the fuck did I turn on this fucking lady's live stream? And boom, the map was real life. She was right there, right where we were at. And guess what else? The neighbor was on the fucking porch. She was pulling a Betty. She was right up in there talking to the neighbor on the fucking front porch. You guys, what in the fuck? Shit. That didn't work out very well for us, did it? Next time we need to have the bees on the ground. Shit. That map was real life. Yeah. No, listen. The map turned into real life. You want me to show you guys? Look. Let me. You know what? Now I gotta fucking show you. I can't just tell you. I got to show you. I was like, this is wild as hell. Let's end our poll. I forgot we even had our poll still up. You guys didn't tell me. Did I end my goal? I think I, because I clicked that button on that goal thing again, so it's running again. Let me try to figure out how to close this bitch. Where is Voices when we need her? Fuck. Damn it. All right, here we go. Let me show you guys this bullshit this morning. I seen this and I'm like, are you fucking serious? Where are they at? And then I look and I'm like, oh man, she's where the map at. Oh my God, she is on our, listen, she just went real life. Straight up, real fucking life to these people's houses. And I'm like, oh my God, she did. She sure did. She said Voices is probably wrestling a bison. Is she on some bullshit today? Yeah, here. Hold on. Rumor has it in Columbus, the homeowner got killed 2 days before. Yeah, and that ain't no rumor. That's true. That is true. That ain't no rumor, baby. That is definitely true. There's an article about it, and the guy has been arrested for it. That's definitely true, for sure. All right. Y'all ready? Look at this shit. I open this and I'm like, are you serious? She is really there. And then I seen it and I'm like, oh fuck. She really is there. Oh my. Oh me, oh my goodness. And I said, holy shit. This is where we were at last night. Y'all. I said, this is where we was at with our fucking map last night. Let me take the screen down. Look at this shit. So much for gatekeeping the case, y'all. We didn't do a good job. We didn't do a very good job at all. I know that's playing. I know it is. Bonniam, did you send one here? Let me see. I didn't see it, baby. Yeah, it did. It just did. Thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. Thank you. Note to self, much love to Queen and your family. You are a gift to this community. Oh, you're so sweet, love. I appreciate that. And thank you, Maggie Marie. And Miss Patty, thank you so much. You girls and guys are amazing. All right, here we go. Right, this is why we can't have nice things. Shit. I can't believe I said, oh my God, this did not work out very well for us. Guess we won't be the only ones chit-chatting about this case, will we? Man, we got ourselves into a pickle, huh? Didn't we, Mel? Mel. Shit. All right, here. Oh, okay. Here's the house coming up. This is where, okay, here we go. And the fucking neighbor's outside. Wait for it. Just wait for it. I was like, oh my God, that is the house. That is the alley. That's the alleyway. There it is. Look, there's our buildings. See? I seen this. I'm like, oh, hold the fuck on. Oh my. No, this happened in Ohio. Look, see right here. There's the park to the left. See, right there's the park. I said, oh my God. Oh my God. I cannot fucking believe this. Chaos. We talked about this last night. So there was 3 women that were found dead. And well, it came out that they had gunshot wounds. But we went on a map last night, or we went on Google Maps, and we went on Google Maps and we looked in the area to find the house that they were talking about because they gave the address. Yeah. I was like, oh my God. Don't even put this name in here because I ain't fucking promoting this shit. Ain't doing it. I said, oh my. She sure did. Went straight there. Damn it. We should have took our own fucking road trip. That's what we get. But you know what? We don't harass folks either. Look, there's the house. There's the garage they were found in. So you know they had to go. Listen. Columbus, Ohio. Yes. You fell asleep, girl. You done missed all the action. You done missed all of it. Hold on. Smudging the hive will be needed extra strength watching this one. Uh-oh. Smudge, you better smudge us. You better smudge us right now. We rebuke any curses. Get us smudged. Get us smudged. Come on. So anyhow, let me find where the neighbor's outside. The neighbor here to the left is outside. I'm like, you got to be joking me. He comes out. There, look. He comes out, just starts talking, chit-chatting, and talking about what happened and shit. I'm like, hold on. I could not believe she walked up on the damn neighbor. I said, oh, fuck, Molly. This is Molly in action. Holy fuck. And I said, he probably has no fucking clue that he's on YouTube in front of 1,500 people. You know what I mean? He probably has no fucking idea. I would be so fucking pissed. I would be so pissed if somebody did that. What the hell? No, she probably found it on her own, honestly. She probably did. I'm just bullshitting. She probably really only found this. She probably found this. I mean, it was a big deal. It was a lot of people were talking about it. It just happened the other day. It happened 2 days ago. Now, listen, I know y'all can hear that chainsaw. Now, I know y'all can fucking hear that. Brittany J fucking did it again. Look, Voo Baby Woo is sleeping hard today, boy. She said, this rain's got me in my feelings. I'm asleep. Good Lord. My goodness. I couldn't believe this shit. I said, hold on. What are you doing? What are you doing? You really are over there talking to the neighbor? And the neighbor was like, definitely talking to her, like, not giving a shit. My goodness. The homeowner was shot a couple blocks over, yeah. And yeah, that's her. That's her note to self. Yes, absolutely it is. You already seen it, huh? I was so fun. I'm like, what are you doing? Whoa. I'm like, hold on. What the hell? Let the misinformation begin. See, I mean, I don't watch her, so I don't really know, but I heard she does do a lot of misinformation bullshit, but I don't know. I just knew there was a lot of bullshit in the Idaho 4 case, and I feel like there's probably going to be a lot of bullshit in this one, too. My gosh. She just out there walking around, not giving two fucks. Hold on, there's a lot of bullshit when she gets involved. Heck, she wanted to be hired as an attorney for Watts appeal. Stop it. Hired for an attorney. She can't. What does she mean? Look at her walking down the alley. This is our Google Maps alley. Look. Like, oh my God. What is she doing? What are you doing? Wait a minute. Hold on. You guys want to listen to this shit? Pair of glasses found. Uh-oh. She's found evidence. How much y'all want to... Oh, fuck. My God, you guys. What are we going to do? 2 firefighters, Mom. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, love.
Middle of the roadway. What the fuck? So
Chaos Black Pants will be found next. At least it's not Tara Lynn, right? At least it's not Tara Lynn. Look, we'll go. Look, we looked all this up last night on the Google Maps. Back it up, Turlin. Back it up. Let me go grab it real quick. Hold on. Or what they say, hold please. She's over here sawing logs. She's asleep. The only thing different here, she didn't bash her head off the mic because I'm sitting up here talking to y'all. Well, yeah, didn't she? Hold on. Didn't she say that Kohlberger was innocent? Didn't she go from like hating him to supporting him? And yeah, we were looking at Google Maps. Girl, we was all over the place. We was driving around taking field trips and shit. That's what I said. Woke up this morning and this is real life. I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, my God. She is there. She really is there. Hold on. This is interfering with an active investigation. There's zero reason to be there. Hope for Snoopy. I agree. I definitely agree. All right, here's our listen. Here's our listen. Hold on one second. Oh, Nicole gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, love. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you. Yeah, here's our map here. This is where our map's at here. We were going all over because there's the park. Now let me show you where she's at. Let's see. Let's see. Here's our street. All right. Listen, this is our street where it happened at? Yeah, it is. Pretty sure this is our street. Where's the park at? Yep, there's the park. All right. We thought it was a house over here. Let's see. Let me go down. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. Listen, Linda, let me get this back. Let me get this straightened back out again. Find out where we are. Because we were, let's see, this is our one-way road. We were up in here last night looking around here, trying to find our street map here. Nope, you know what? We're too far. We are too far. So anyhow, we were doing this. We were, this is what we was doing, being nosy as fuck last night. That's what we was doing. We was over here snooping the fuck around, trying to figure out what house it was, where it was at. You know what I mean? 1303 is what it was, I think. Wasn't it? Pretty sure they said 1303 maybe. Oh no, that's the one we said that we thought this was a trap house. This is where we thought it was. This is where we thought it happened at, but it didn't. It actually happened over here. So you seen where Lena was just driving? You seen where she was at? Right here's the house. There's the garage that was tied off, roped off right there. Listen. Here's the neighbor she was talking to right there. He was standing right there. This is the house that it happened at right here. The brown one next to it. See it? 1333. There we go. Right, Patty. No, we wasn't on foot. We was doing this now. The people that died was that their house. The 3 girls that died, it was a mother and 2 daughters, from my understanding. And here, I'll go play the news clip. I'll go play the news clip for you. But look, here, okay. So anyways, this is the front of the house where y'all just seen, right? Where she was just at. So look, let me show you guys. Boom. There's the house. This is where she's at. This is her video. There's the neighbor talking to her right there. See the neighbor right there?
Really? Yeah. Is it the girl on a tier? So, but they didn't find the girls here. They found them. Really? Yeah. Is it the girl unattached garage back there? Yeah. Okay, I'll walk around. I'm just trying to help and see if there's any way, if the community needed help. So
she said, I'm just trying to help the fucking community in any way. You lying little shit. You lie like a rug, girl. You lie like a rug. Helping the community, my ass. No, we ain't fucking crazy. We ain't fucking with her. Hell no, we ain't. But listen, that's her ass. She said we ain't fucking with crazy ass. But listen, that's where she's at. So anyways, we were driving the map. So we had this up last night. We had it up and driving the map and driving around. So anyways, the back alley where it says, because here's the garage part. Duke, don't you start. You said we need a full hazmat suit for protection. Okay, anyway, so look, we found the back alley, right? So here's the back alleyway. This is where she's at. This is where that cop has it backed off right there, right? He's got it blocked off. Let's go down a little ways here. Yeah, because this is like the garage, at the back attached garage right here. Look at that little dog. Oh, it's a cat. Look at that cat. You guys, I did not know the maps got that close down. Hell no, that is too much. Okay, so anyways, back down this alleyway is where she's walking at. So let me turn around. This right here is where she's walking at. Let me go match it up. Where she just found those glasses and all that bullshit. Look, here we are matching it up. See the two white garages and the fence, the cop cars down at the edge? So let's go down a little ways. Well, this one don't have the fencing there, I guess, because this one does. But it's got the other fence on the other side, and it's got the two garages there. So let me make sure this is the right one. Hold on. Let me make sure. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Matter of fact, she just went the other way. Yep, she walked around the other way. All right. So all right, let me go find hers and link it up with ours. Okay, I didn't realize I was still muted. But anyways, see where she's walking at, like right here to the corner? I'm already there. We're already here. All right, so she's walking this way. She's at the corner here. She's going to the right. Let's see here. All right, we're at the corner here, and we're gonna go to the right, just right where she was. So this right here is the back alleyway, right there. See, here's the two fences here, the two garages there. This is about where she's about to walk to. Yep. See how she come around that corner? I said, holy fuck. She sure enough did. Walked all the way down. And see that little house garage thing that I was just saying, that I was just showing y'all on there? That's where it's at.
Wow.
Hey.
Oh, Biddy, I was wondering where the hell you was at.
I was tied up doing a couple of things, but
I was just fucking listen.
What?
Listen. We were just looking at this. This is where it happened at, right here.
Yes.
Yes, look at this little cat in the door. This is where it happened. This is the apartment.
Yes. Yes.
This is where it happened at. The neighbor said a detached garage. It's right here. This is the one. This is where it happened.
That's why I sent it to you this morning. When I woke up, that was the first fucking thing I saw. I was like, oh shit, we were
yes,
right
and
there.
when I opened it up, I was like, holy fuck, she's on there. As soon as I opened my YouTube, there it was. I was like, oh fuck. She's there, like, bitch.
Queen drove us past it last night.
Yes. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. I said, you know what? I fucking knew. We didn't even gatekeep it very well, did we?
We suck at this.
Yeah. Damn it. I said, at least we tried. Oh well.
Hey, I was just impressed that we did really fucking good. And then Lana, we must have shown Lana how to get there.
Well, yeah, we gave the address and all that, and then the interview, we played it. I'm sure, I'm sure she was watching. I'm sure she's seen it herself. It was, it was on the news.
Well, dude, she even takes in her footage. She takes us to the other house too, where the owner of this place was unalived.
Yeah.
Yes. Girl, I was like, whoa. Hi, guys.
Yeah. I'm like, we didn't gatekeep this fucker very well, did we? And it's 1331. Look at the little kitten. Look at that paint job in there. That's terrible. You know that's got to be small. It's like a little garage house.
Yeah. Yeah. That's tiny.
But look, here's our maps. And then look, watch this. Boom. Here's her on a live.
Camera's on this. Oh, I see. Is that a camera?
See? The cops got it blocked off right there in front of there. And then look, this is right where we are. Look. Right where we are. Back it up. Back it up, Terry Lynn. Back it up. This is where she's at. Right here, walking. She is right here. Oh, we need to back it up. Because she's right here in this little spot here, right here. And that cop has it blocked off here.
Okay, the one thing I do notice is that the roof slopes are different. So it looks like maybe that addition was added on.
Let me go back to it then. Yeah. Yep. Looks like it was either like there was a part of it added on or there was a... Here, let me go back to that.
It definitely looks like the second story was done on that.
The three ladies that were murdered lived there. They were living there when they got murdered. Yeah, that's what it says. The guy said, the neighbor that she walked up to told her it was in the house. It was the garage on the back that was not attached.
That was also the home that the man who was unalived lived at too.
Yep. But he didn't die there. But yeah, that's exactly where that's his house. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, the neighbor guy told her that. She was talking to his ass. Yeah. I said, I bet you sweet ass he doesn't know he's on a live stream with like 1,500 people right now.
Oh man, I'm not even gonna lie. I broke my rule and I watched her. I watched her all the way through.
Oh, I didn't. I just watched until we got here.
Oh, girl. No, she from there, then she took everybody around the neighborhood looking for cameras.
Well, she's gonna pull her bullshit because it was said that they said Idaho 2.0. So I knew JLR or her or you know what I mean. I figured somebody would jump on it.
Well, and it's right there in her backyard. So,
oh, does she live there in the state of Ohio? Is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes, ma'am. That's like right there.
Yeah, because she's here. That's.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, this is a different. Hold on a second. Let me see this. We gotta put this back together again. Because there's the apartment complex. There's the side building part.
Hold on, we're not sharing screen.
Oh, fuck. All right, hold on. We're trying to match this. We got to match this up again. Oh, it's local to her. Okay. All right. Well, that explains why she's there then.
Yeah. Because it's straight up local to her. All of her lawsuits. Yes. Thank you, Chaos. I'm not doxing, was not doing anything of the sort. She's had several lawsuits, and they're all out of that state. So that's
gotcha.
It's public, been public for a long
time. Well, yeah,
then
no wonder she's there. I thought she drove like a couple hours,
No.
you know what I mean? Like 3-4 hours to get there.
Not that I'm like, Yeah, she walked that entire block. She checked out like all the way around where there were cameras, all of it. She had a nice little conversation with the neighbor, had a conversation with the officers. So
yeah, here we'll go back and follow her footsteps to where she goes from this house. All right. So here's where it happens. Oh, here, let's pop this back.
Thank you, Chaos.
Okay, here's the house that it happens in, right? This is the garage, the house. Here's the neighbor that she was talking to right here in this White House here. So
right.
She's standing right here. He's the one that told her it was the attached garage from behind. So instead of going and back around and going this way around,
she comes around the other way.
She comes around this way. So we'll follow her steps. We'll get to the corner here. Okay, wait a minute. So here we are. We're at the corner right here. Let's see. Yep, we're at the corner where she comes to. So she comes around this corner right here. All right, let's pop hers on. All right. Let's see. All right, here she is talking to the neighbor guy. Let's put this on. Hey, I did that super sticker goal thing, right? Mine finally popped up for me while we're doing this, while we're watching her get there, waiting for her to get there. So mine popped up and I was finally able to do it today for the first time.
Congratulations.
Yes, it was super cool. So anyhow, hold on.
I'm so glad that it worked for you finally.
I had to cough. I never seen it. It was just up there. It just popped up there today. Like it's never been there before.
And that means that means that feature's it's still rolling out. It means that feature is still rolling out, and as updates happen, more creators will get it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, because it was just there. It was just there. So, anyways, when I hit the fucking button, it did it again. It put it back on there again. So, how do you cancel it off?
There's a time limit.
It says we've got 4 out of 20.
Right.
What is it?
There's a time limit that it goes for. It could be like 45 minutes, an hour. So it'll just expire. Am I having my issues?
I had set it for an hour, and the girls still these guys filled it fast. Like they filled it super fast. It was filled up super quick. All right, here we go. Oh shit. So anyways, here she comes walking around the corner, right? All right, let's get our little.
Oh, I can tell you about that.
Walking around the corner. All right, we're about to where she's at, right?
Yep.
All right, here she goes. And it's like a train yard or something there, right? So here we are. Here's the first garage here.
There's the one.
And then so they've changed it because this was not a privacy fence. This is not a privacy fence in this. Yeah. So if we go right here, she turns right here. You see the fence right here where she turns. She cuts down this alleyway here. Look. This has a privacy fence right here now. It didn't before. It has a privacy fence right here.
Yep.
It didn't have that before. But this right here is where she finds those glasses and bullshit right here.
Yep.
All right, here she goes.
Those are, there's an old game, there's an old puzzle game, and those are all pieces to it. Those little things like she picked up.
See,
it's like those
this doesn't look like it's the same back here with this privacy fence. Look.
It totally changes it, yeah.
Because that doesn't have a privacy fence. See? It's got this over here, but it does not have this privacy fence. Then we come up to this one right here. And the top of this, see how the top of it's slanted like that?
Yeah.
It looks like they put more of it on the side of it here, but still, it doesn't even. The only thing that matches up is these two garages here.
Well, and we don't know when that Google Earth image was taken. It could have been 10 years ago at this point.
Well, right.
The tree matches up, though.
But see, there's the privacy fence goes all the way up to the two garages. See the two garages here? Right. So we know for a fact that this garage is here and the smaller one is next to it. And there's like a little opening there, like a little door there. So right here, stop it. All right, here we go. Here's ours. Here's the little door. Here's both the garages. If we stop it, we're right here where Lana's at. Matter of fact, we could probably even go back.
They've added on to the top and the side.
Because here's the first garage. Here's the second one. She walks past those and is standing right in front of the second garage. Yeah, see?
Yeah, because the police cruisers. It's taller.
Yeah, but here's the second garage right there. That's where the tape's at. And then there's that little door. See to the right there's that little door.
Yep. Yep.
And here's ours.
It's definitely
here's
taller.
The little door with the mailbox. You pointed out the mailbox. Remember?
Yeah, ma'am. Yep.
Then there's this little ring deal thing here. And it's over here too. You can still halfway see it over here. The little ring thing. There's the mailbox with the little panel and the little ring deal.
Okay, so the Google Earth image is from 2019, Chad is saying.
Okay, so 6 years, they've done a lot of change. Like, there's been quite a few changes then. Because look at here's the roof of this house here, right? Where the garage here. And when you look on her video, okay, hold on. Here's her video. She walks over to the side here next to this apartment building. And the only difference in ours is the door was open and the kitten is out there. See the side to the left is flat, just like that is.
Yep.
Side to the left is flat, just like this one is. See? It's the same exact house.
I think the roof is
running barely said gunshot wounds.
So it could be a double homicide and a self-inflicted. And she did say in there that the cop was in the car that was sitting inside the yellow tape. So they were, actively guarding the scene. October of 2019. Okay. No, sweetie cake. It was 3 women in that household. The male was like a week earlier, and the person is in custody for the male's death. So total, it was 4 victims, but 3 were in the house. 3 were 3 females in the house. The male was like a week earlier, in a yard about, I'm not sure how many, not very far away. Lana takes everybody there.
What are you confused about, Ange? What's the matter? There was 3 women murdered here, and the guy that owned the house was also murdered as well somewhere else 3 days prior to these women being murdered. I'll go play the news clip. Oh, good. Hold on. I just went back and this says it's ended. So how do you take that off?
Don't do it again.
Says, let me see here.
Just don't do it again. Don't do it again.
I didn't. I just hit. I found it says remove. Your audience will no longer see the goal, and any purchases already made will not be refunded. You will be able to start a new goal after removing this one. So it says you can keep it or you can remove it. What do you want me to do? Keep it or remove it?
It's up to you, whatever you want to do. That's up to YouTube. Gives you those features so that you're
But I mean, are you supposed to keep it or what are you supposed to do with them?
Baby, you're supposed to use it. It's just like the subscriber only feature. When I went through this boot camp last month, and then
I just don't know what you're supposed to do with them.
One-on-ones with the part during on-ones that I had at LiveCon, they give you those features because they want you to use them. The more money you make, the more money YouTube makes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So if you want to do that, you want to do those goals till hell runs out, use it. People don't have to give. But the other thing, the flip side of the coin is that when you use those, it gives a trackable for those coin catchers. But your audience is saying to use them because they like it. So it really doesn't matter what the fuck somebody else says. I say do it. YouTube wouldn't give you the feature if they didn't want to use it.
Yeah, it's not going to hurt to keep it.
So, hold on. If you keep it and it's already done, though, is it? We got feedback. Somebody's got feedback. But on me, if you keep it, can you still donate to it, or is it just regular super chats? How does that work?
Any super chats go towards the goal as long as that goal is going.
Well, it's already ended. So do you take it off now, or then what? What do you, once it says goal ended, timer ended before you reach your goal, our second one? Do you start another one? Do you take it off? Do you remove it? I mean, what do you do?
Who's up here? There's so much feedback. I can't understand what you're saying.
Oh, here. Mitten Mama was up here. She's got feedback really bad. Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know if it was you or her, but it was bad.
No, I was muted when I wasn't talking. You got me house broke.
Yeah, I was going to say that was really bad. There was a lot of... Okay, this specific one can be removed since it is over.
Right. Or you can do the same goal again.
So
if you want to change your goal, now would be the time to change it. You did 20. So say you want to do 10 of the light blue only, you would set a new goal. Or if you want to achieve this goal again, you would redo this goal. It's whatever you as the creator want to do.
Well, yeah, see, and I didn't know what I just hit. So we found the feature, it was on there, right? So we did the 20 super chats. They filled up super fast. When I went back to go, I was clicking around on the buttons and shit, fucking with it. And it said start Like it started another goal, but it was still on the hour. So out of those 20, 5 of it had filled. So do we keep that on or do you just get rid of it?
Either or, it doesn't matter. It's up to you. I mean, they can still continue to go towards that goal if you get another super chat.
Okay. It's good to know. I just don't know. Like I said, it's a new thing today. It just was on there. So,
and I saw that JP asked about what the gifts are. Gifts are another way to reward a creator via vertical format. It's because you go live in vertical format. So, you turn that on, but it's like over on TikTok, but it takes 1,000 gifts to get 1 ruby. 1 ruby is 1 cent.
Oh my gosh.
It takes 1,000 gifts to get a ruby. Or, I'm sorry, it takes 1,000 gifts to get a ruby. 1 ruby is 1 cent.
No.
So it's a way to, I mean, they're cute and they're fun and all, and they're cost effective. But if that's what a creator is depending upon, you
no,
need gifts.
Yeah, we ain't fucking with that. We're keeping ours and we're not doing that. No. That's too much. It was just too much. Right. We ain't messing with no fucking pennies, 1 cent. Fuck that. No.
Right. We're rolling in the pennies. Anyway, there's the answer to JP's question also. Well, thank you for attending my YouTube feature TED Talk today.
Well, I appreciate it because, like I said, I mean, it's the first time that they've popped up, so I didn't know how to use them. I'll figure it out. I mean, I just was like, figured I'd ask you some questions why I had you up here.
You're using it the right way. That's exactly what it is. So every day, so say you know that you need to get X number of dollars. This is wild speculation Monday, okay? This is all alleged. So say that I go live tomorrow and I know that I need $65. So I would figure out how to set my goal during my live stream to know that I got it $65 in super chats. So if there's an X number of dollar amount that you need, or say you are working towards something. So like you have your legal fund, you could divert it would all come in your same YouTube pay, but you could make sure that you had your certain targeted dollar amount. So then it went through that way. It just is another way that you can interact with your audience, and your audience understands that you're working towards a goal to achieve. And I'm proud of you for figuring it out. Where was it at?
What?
Apparently there was another school.
Yeah, there was. We played the press conference and stuff in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. She said, I think that went right over. Queen said, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I had to mute. What happened?
Oh, I just said that I was very proud of you for getting that figured out because you did great with the goal thing.
Well, you know what? I was listening to you, but I said, where's voices when we need her? What the hell do I do?
I was trying to finish up making sure I had everything for my Christmas thing that I was doing, and I was attempting to dig my way out of my box hell that I have. So I was listening on some of it, but I was also on a phone call too. But I made it here now, so Why is her goal 20 and others are only 5? Because it's an option you have to set. You could set that you want 5 $100 super chats. And if you don't get 5 $100 super chats before your goal runs out, or during your live stream, it never completes. When it completes, it makes a great little thing of poof of confetti in your chat that says,
yeah, see, that's what we seen it. We seen that. I thought it was like little, I didn't know what it was. Hold on, note to self, so why is her goal 20 and others are only 5? You can set it however much you want it on there. You can set it up to 50.
Yeah.
She said, I saw one that was set at 50. Yeah, you can set them at 50.
Oh yeah, you can set them. You can do 5, like I said. So say you're working towards a goal. Say like when I go
right,
live.
here's this. Okay, so this one here, this one says 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, and 50. That's what mine say. I don't know what yours say, but
that's the same
so then it
thing.
says light blue and higher, teal and higher, yellow and higher, orange and higher, which is 20, magenta and higher, 50 and up, red and higher, $100 and up.
Yep. So say you need to make $500 for your legal fund, you could set that at $500 and up super chats. Now,
well, actually, my legal fund closes tomorrow, and I still have to come up with $2,000. So,
oh Jesus Christ!
Yep. Welcome to life.
I can't even go get a title loan to help you out. They don't offer those in my state.
Girl, I wouldn't ask you to do that shit anyways. Come on now.
Bitch, I'd put that old beast of a Jeep up there for it. No problem. I live where everything's within 6 blocks. I can walk or I can ride the senior van. I'd totally hawk my fucking old beast of a Jeep for you. I wouldn't even think twice about that. You know,
well,
you
hold
know
on. Ann says, how do we know the amount of super chats she picks? I don't know. I'm not sure. Does it tell you or what?
Yeah, that's light blue is a certain dollar amount. Green is a certain dollar amount.
You click on it, Ange, and it'll tell you. It says, hold on, Ange, if you click the little goal thing, it will tell you. Oh, does it? Okay, cool. So I guess it shows it on the other side, huh?
Yeah.
Let me go look at this shit. Let me go find this. I'm going to pop this up on my phone and check this shit out. Here we go. Here, you know what? Let me set this again because this one's closed out. Now you can't do it. It won't let you add to it.
Yeah, once it closes, it closes. So make a new goal then.
I'm doing the same one. I'm doing it the same way. We'll do 2 hours. And what's it says? I'll ask. It says I'll share how you'll celebrate.
Oh, we'll do a Sleepy J review, and we might do a little lighthearted roasting.
Oh, nice.
We'll roast some chestnuts on the open fire.
Here, I said we will do a Sleepy J review. All right. Boom, there's our goal. We started it. Does it show up on that side again? So say see goal. Does it pop up over there? Let me go fucking bad boy. Let me go check this shit out. I need to investigate. So hold on. It says, hold on. One of the girls asked, it says, it sounds like if your goal is not met, then YouTube doesn't take the money from the viewer's account and the money is not given to the creator. So if you don't meet the goal of 20, you don't get the money? Is that how you do it? Or
no, you get what you get.
Oh, so the 5 out of the 20 would be they wouldn't send it back because we didn't meet the goal?
No,
but they have bigger gifts up to $250. I don't see any $250 on here.
Those are gifts, not gifts are different than super chats. Those are different. Gifts are in live stream format or in vertical format. But no,
Gotcha.
you get what you get. They don't penalize the creator, because that would be mean to the creator that, oh, because you didn't succeed in your goal or your audience wasn't giving that day. Maybe you've got an audience that only gives right around the first of the month because they're team first of the month. Or you have an audience that gets paid, the majority of your audience gets paid the 1st and the 15th. So those are the times that your audience gives. So say you set it like second week of the month when everybody's poor, broken hoe, like, and only 3 people give, they're not gonna penalize you and give that money back. It won't be refunded. You just get what you get, and you don't get a celebration.
Okay, hold on. We got Trailer Park Trash pops in with $5. That's sewage. Hold on. We got Ange Carter, $5. Oh, I'm getting the hang of it now. And Indy did a $5 super sticker with the hearts. So let's go look at this real quick. Let's see. Does it show it on the other side to say how much is on there or how many you have or whatever?
It should say, yeah, right now it should say you have 3 towards your goal.
And thank you so much for the donation to my PayPal to the legal fund. I appreciate that. It just popped in. Thank you so much. I won't say your name or whatever, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that fucker closes tomorrow. And I figured I wouldn't open. I'm not going to probably open another one until later after Christmas and New Year's and stuff. So it shows you then 3 out of 20 right up there then. All right, cool. Yep. Sweet.
Yep. And then as they roll
all right,
in.
Cool. Well, we'll just leave that be then.
And you set it for what, 2 hours?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I popped it on there for 2 hours because we already did one and it filled up quick. They filled that fucker up so fast.
Oh my God, they love the feature then.
Yeah, it filled up quick. And then so when I went to go in there again.
And that's the other thing to do, Queen, is to ask the audience, hey, do you guys want me to set a goal today? And if they want you to set a goal, or if you know you need to meet a goal.
Also, here, this is a good question. Can people add to it when you're done? Can people add to the goal on the replay?
No, but they
can just when you're on live.
Just when you're on live, because it's only during that 2 hours. You have to add to the goal when it's going on, because it's time limit. You can have it set for 45 minutes. You can have it set for an hour. You can have it set for 2 hours. You saw the drop down for the times. The creator sees that.
Yeah.
The creator determines that. So you can also, in the beginning of your live stream, you can always, that can be a thing that a creator does with their audience. Hey, should we set a goal today? How long should we set it for? Or you can just know that, hey, today I got to grind and I need to make sure that I'm hitting X number of dollars. So you just automatically do the goal and put it in there and work to achieve it.
Nice. I think that's cool. I mean, I think it's cool. Like I said, I seen other people using it and didn't know where it even came from. Like, why don't we have one? Why don't we got a button? And then boom, ours popped up today.
Yeah, there's different features, and every time it updates, you'll have access to that. And like, it sounds like JP, God, sorry, traffic. Sounds like JP got access to the gifts, and like I said, and like Green Eyed PI said, there are bigger gifts that you can give, but they cost more money too. So, but you have to be in vertical format, vertical format. You go live in what's considered horizontal or live stream format. So you're not in the running to have gifts yet.
Yeah, the PayPal pool is for my legal fund. I mean, I have a regular PayPal, but the PayPal pool thing is for my legal fund only. Like, it goes towards my legal fund, and that's it. I don't fuck around. The super chats and shit come to my YouTube paycheck that you get on the 22nd of every month. So the PayPal pool is for the lawsuit. Okay, Chaos says here $1,935 is left to fill it. It closes tomorrow. So if we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. It is what it is. Tis what it is, right? Tis what it is. To Firefighters Mom, $5 says love my golden bee. Have a great day, y'all. You got your golden beak. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead, girl.
I can also tell you guys that there's another feature that I just did a test on that they're getting ready to roll out, and that's being paid through a hyper wallet via your PayPal. So this last month when I got my pay, instead of it being at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 21st, it came in at 5 o'clock in the morning to my PayPal. It goes into a hyper
Now, see,
wallet.
mine doesn't even come on until the 20th. I don't get mine until the 22nd.
Oh, wow. I get mine. I used to get mine at like, it used to be like 9 o'clock on the 21st, and then it changed to like 2 o'clock on the 21st. And now I get it at like, when I woke up on the morning of the 21st at 5:30 in the morning, the money was in my hyper wallet. So I'm going to be,
You transfer it to your PayPal or what?
Yep. You can transfer it to your PayPal.
Huh.
So,
and yeah, JoJo says, hold on, when you get super chats and super stickers, doesn't YouTube take half? They take 30%.
30%. So, and I just tested that out. And so that'll be rolling out to creators soon too.
No, memberships, I think they take 30% of that too, don't they?
Yep, it's a straight 30%. AdSense, it's 45%. Supers, super chats, super stickers, memberships, they get a straight 30% of. And then you're taxed on the full dollar amount because you're a 1099 employee. You're taxed on what you get.
Right.
You have to pay your taxes on it. What I always recommend telling new creators, set up an IRS prepay account, and every time you get paid, you take out 30% for taxes and put it in that IRS prepay account. It's no different than having the taxes deducted. If you were an employee, all that amount already comes out when you get your check. It's like doing the same thing, other than you're paying it and you deposit it into an IRS prepay account, so that in April you don't have to have creative accounting skills, because a lot of times you'll have money sitting in the IRS prepay account, and then you go to your accountant and you can write off a portion of your home. You can write off your internet. You can write off StreamYard. If you purchased like a microphone or headphones, office equipment, things like that, all of that can be written off as expenses. A portion of your house, your mortgage can be written off as expenses if you stream in a portion in a room. Anyway, there's lots of ways to get creative for accounting. You can write off your Canva, all of that. But it's also so smart to set up the IRS prepay account, because that way the money's there and you don't have to come up with a whole bunch of money or creative accounting in a hot minute of time. So just keep that in mind, please, everyone. Anyway, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. JP had a question. She said, what Stitching said 30% all the way around. So basically, if you do super chats, memberships, super stickers, anything, YouTube takes 30%. If you use PayPal or Cash App, it doesn't take anything but the fee from them.
Correct. But they're also going to start 1099ing us.
So there you go.
After so many dollars, they will start 1099ing us. So, I mean, we still have to pay taxes on it. They're not going to let us skirt around it. The government wants, taxes and death.
Well, yeah, they want their cut. Yeah, hell yeah, they do.
Their cut. And the way Social Security is going. Anyway, sorry about that. I'm sorry to bore everybody, but I just don't want a creator to get out here and think that you're, making bank and going viral, and then you forget about that. And then all of a sudden this tax document comes and you're like, oh, what the fuck did I do? And listen, this happened to a creator, and this creator gave a little TED talk on it. And I really took that TED talk to heart. So I
Hold on.
just
Note to self says, wait, did you say YouTube takes 30% off the top, and when you get your money, you need to put another 30% into this invisible wallet?
I did. I take 30% right off the top just because, and I mean, it only comes out. It's not really that much. I mean, like, take your paycheck and look at what that is. It's about 30% that goes to taxes. They're all going to want their money.
Okay, here. Can you explain this brand connect thing to JP? Because she doesn't know what it is. I don't fuck with the brand shit. I don't
All
fuck
right.
with all that.
So Brand Connect is they're going to connect you with brand name sponsors. And it's another way for you to generate revenue. So like if you are doing merch or you've got a niche or you want to do like sponsorship, you know, like where they say talk space. I was never into therapy until I realized that I could go to therapy in my own home. And since signing up for talk space, my mental health has gotten so much better. And this live stream has been sponsored by Talkspace, allegedly. That's an example of connecting you with a brand. Talkspace is a brand. So, or like me with my Cricket would be a brand, but the downside to a brand account is that you can't gift memberships and you can't get gifted memberships. Because that's more like you're in like a niche market, i.e. crafting, travel, vlogging, camera equipment, something like that. Right, JP. It's just another way, depending on what niche you're in. Unfortunately, paneling, but you could promote the wigs you use in your parodies. You could promote the you get the costumes for your parodies, the makeup you use, things like that. You could get a deal with like Warby Parker for your glasses. So, yes, Grits and Biscuits. Sponsored content limits what you can talk about because sponsors must approve what you talk about. Yes, that is very important. So, like, panel channels would not work for brand sponsorship abilities. So you would be losing deals and losing money.
Not going bank and making viral. Going viral, making bank.
Oh, girl, could you imagine the first throwdown you have on your panel and your sponsor finds out about it and then you lose your YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah. That's why I said I don't do brand accounts for shit. I don't brand shit. I don't want nothing to do with none of that. I want to run mine how I want to run it. I don't want nothing to do with none of that.
So, and at any point in time, if anybody's interested in this, just you can find my email in my about section, and I can do a little TED talk on this at a different point in time when I'm not killing the fucking crowd. I'm so sorry, Queen. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Like I said, I'm the one that's asking you these questions. I mean, shit. So some people in here, if they don't want to hear it, they don't have to.
I just love all the things that I've learned about YouTube. I've been able to go live and in vertical format and do the go live together and use a secondary device. And I can have my crafts in you can see two different views of it. And it's not costing me anything because I'm not using StreamYard. But I don't do what you do.
Right.
I run by myself.
Well, yeah, because you can't share a link. You can't. Nobody can come on panel and you can't share a link.
Right. I can't do that. So that's the downside to it. But it's actually safer if I don't do something like that because I'm not very good at, like, I don't have any breaks. So that could really, a panel on my channel could really go off the rails really quick. Oh God, that could be awful. No, nope. Thank you, Marine the Nitta. Look at what Maureen the Knitta said. I'm behind, not an actual accountant. So you also need to take state, FICA, Medicare taxes into account, not tax advice. Please see personal income tax professional. Yes. Thank you. Yes. And that's why I say I always take 30% out, because I'd rather have more taken out. It's like being single and claiming zero. You have more taken out, but at the end of the year, you get more back. You get it all back, right? So.
Yeah. And see, that's what I was going to say. No, we're not dropping channels, Heather. Otherwise, I would. But no, we did that for
we don't do that.
a couple people, but we're not doing it over here. If I do it for one, I got to do it for everybody, and it becomes a problem.
Nope, you can find me. I'm very around. I promise. It's not that, and I don't. That's not what this is about over here. Please don't.
To her said, "I'm scared I might." Oh shit, we probably all do.
Oh girl, listen. My first year out here, I didn't make a lot, but I made just enough that I had to pay $86 in. And oh my gosh, when I say we had creative accounting, we had creative accounting. But baby, it's different. You got kids.
Yeah.
It's different. I'm single. I can't get Mason
right.
fucking.
Well, you know what? You're right. I didn't even think about that either. You know what I mean? Because that does make a difference on your taxes. Absolutely, it does.
Yes, ma'am. It totally makes a difference.
Yeah.
You got deductions. I can't get a fucking social security number for my dog. Just trust me. If I could get a social for Mason, that little shit, he's expensive.
Hell yeah. Yeah, right. She said write-offs work if you have enough to write off.
Yep. But as long as y'all got kids or a deduction like that, you're going to be.
Is that why Molly donates so much bullshit so she can write it off?
Oh, yeah, I would dare to say.
I was going to say, I thought so too.
And think about this. Molly's running an Airbnb out of her house. So she can write all of that off of her mortgage. So they're still paying it, but then they get it back at tax time. So, but it would be no different than as if you had a small business out of your home, because you could get a business license and then a whole portion of your stuff could be written off too. It's not that hard to do. And you know, there are a lot of YouTubers that actually they do have something like that out there, because with a business comes business insurance, and with business insurance, it helps for legal issues. So,
right.
And that's the one lesson that we've all learned out here, is that if you're going to do panel channels, you've got to be prepared for this, because it's kind of the inevitable out here, the way it's gone, right?
Well, when you have somebody like fucking Betty throwing around lawsuits, this has never been an issue before. We've never had somebody petty like Betty, though.
No, but since then, we've now got all these other assholes that are doing the same shit, right?
Well, the ones that are, you know, there's a grifter that's trying to do it right now, not even realizing that he's trying to grift to do it, and you don't need that. You don't need $5,000 to go sue somebody.
Well, that's because grifters got to grift.
Right. Now, you do need $5,000 to defend yourself if you're going to hire an attorney. Absolutely.
That is correct. And there's a difference between attacking and defending.
Right.
God, dog. I am sorry that you're going through this again on another, especially at the holiday time. I'm really sorry, buddy. I'm sorry that I ever made stupid jokes. It's really taught me. It's taught me a lot, and I'm not as good as it's not as good as I could be, but you really taught me a lot about trying to watch what I say. And I'm really sorry that you had to be the reason that I learned that lesson. Absolutely, the oil farmer's wife. Don't mess around with trying to do it yourself. Get a fucking tax professional. In the end, next year, you can write that off too. Yes, Kashmir, I agree. The smartest way is just to do an LLC. Mm-mm. Yep, I just don't want to ever see anybody get into a position where you're like, all of a sudden you get your 1099, you go sit down with the accountant and they're like, you owe $2,876. I'm sorry, what? Thank you, Gray One. That's super sweet of you. That means a lot coming from you, Gray One. Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are so sweet. You're gonna make me get all verklempt over here. Yep, I always claim 0, Autumn Renee. Always claim 0. Yeah, Voodoo Doll, that was exactly what she did. Imagine owing for the IRS and then asking your subs to pay for it. Talk about a double dip. Oh. Just Samantha, somebody in chat can answer that. I don't remember what the number was off the top of my head right now. We've moved on and talked about 8 other subjects since then. I gave a whole YouTube TED Talk. I'm sorry. I don't want to get the numbers wrong.
Yeah, sounds like I need to talk to a couple of you ladies that know what you're doing.
Oh, anytime. I've always told you that. I'm learning some some really cool things. This boot camp taught me a lot, and then I attended LiveCon, and they talked about like everything from like strategy and content planning. There's a whole there's a whole funnel method on and there's just a ton of different other ways. But not all of it would apply to what you do, but you could easily do some transitioning and make it work for you. And I'm more than happy to share with you what I've learned. Yes, absolutely, Kels. Pay your rent first, your electricity, gas, food. Hey, B. Tim. Adulting 101. Let's pay the important things first before we ever send a super chat.
What's up, B-Thug?
Hey, what's up? Been working all day, so
What's happening, man?
nothing much. You know, the usual. What subject we're talking about? We're still talking about the Ramsey thing. Case or what?
Well, we talked about that. Then we went on to a sidebar. Then we went on to another sidebar. Then we sidebarred to the school shooting. Then we sidebarred to last night to the shooting that happened in Ohio. Then we found out that we could do goals on here, so we did that. Stop it, God damn it.
Damn, Duke.
I heard that.
Dude, just been this tearing it
He's
up.
over here fucking around. God damn it. I'm just tired of
And then we had a YouTube
works my
TED.
fucking nerve, man. Damn it.
I'm sorry about that.
And then we did a YouTube features TED Talk and had a little bit of a tax class and recommended that you seek a tax professional. And then you arrived. So what do you want to talk about?
Definitely not taxes, that's for sure. Okay. No, it's up to you. I mean, like I thought the Ramsey documentary is definitely pro the Ramseys for sure. But it's interesting. It was very interesting to watch, actually. Kind of taught me like the issues of how the media can negatively affect a case because it literally forced them to not really investigate all possibilities, really, and how the police kind of already made the decision and who was guilty. So it was interesting. Did you see the documentary, by the way? Voices?
I have not seen it. I am currently locked out of my Netflix account and I can't figure out
Did you throw a chicken nugget? Did you throw a chicken nugget at the person that owned the Netflix account?
No, it's my Netflix account, but I can't seem to get it to line up because I used to watch it on a computer and now I've got it on my TV and I can't get logged back in. But no, I have not seen it. But this has been something like I remember when this case happened.
Yeah, I mean, what's your theory? I think either I think it's an intruder. I think the intruder actually might have got infatuated with JonBenet Ramsey via the photos taken by that guy that was taking photos of people of the kids at the competitions, or was someone that was watching the shows. But I personally don't think they were watching the shows. I think most likely it was a photographer. Because the photographer kept on saying I had nothing to do with the death of JonBenet Ramsey. He was kind of running around nude at one point. And I think he probably was selling those photos to some sort of ring, personally. And I think, unfortunately, the investigation, I don't think there's any chance that the DNA is going to help, because I believe the police completely messed that up. The crime scene was completely contaminated. They let everyone walk all over the place. And unfortunately, they never did a thorough search of the house. Before, and they just completely destroyed that case, the police on that area. So that's what I think. And I don't know if you're going to find the person that did it, to be honest with you, ever. But I think most likely it's an outside person. And the reason why I think it's an outside person is because if you look at the suitcase, it has like a piece of glass and it also looked like a little dirt on it. And I thought that was very weird, because if it was planted, that suitcase, by the father or something to make it look like someone escaped from that location, then why would you put the dirt there and a little bit of dirt and a little glass? You know what I mean? And then why would he put so fine of a detail of putting the leaves on, like, the plant under the grate that's on top of there? So to me, it's like it's too fine of details. Usually criminals kind of mess up on the fine details a lot of times. Yeah, you can make an argument of planting the suitcase and making it look like, they thought of that, but there's too fine of details. I also don't think it was the brother, because number one, it's kind of ridiculous. Number two, the third part of the paintbrush was never found, and it was broken into 3 pieces. I bet you try breaking a paintbrush into 3 pieces, requires a little bit more strength than a 9-year-old probably. But that's just my opinion. He helped produce it. It's a fluff piece. It's definitely pro Ramsey, that's for sure. And there's certain behavior that didn't make sense with those people. You know what I mean? For sure. But in the end of the day, the people that you really should blame is probably like the cops, who kind of messed up that case completely, honestly. they completely messed up that case. They were and instead of trying to look at all possible theories, they just focused on the parents because they thought that was the easiest one. Yeah, but you're welcome to your opinion. I mean, what do you think, Voices?
I do not have an opinion on this.
We're putting on Betster with her unscrupulous PI admits to withholding critical information. She's talking because he said he knows who the car is that was pulled up at 3 a.m. She's fucking pissed because he won't tell her or anybody else. She thinks he should be telling law enforcement. And he said, they already know. So now she says he's withholding critical information. And she goes the fuck off. So we're putting it on for a minute. We did have the John Benet Ramsey stuff up for a little while. We went through all that. Well, we went through a video, but it had some misinformation in there. So
unfortunately, I was at work. I had to work. So
I know. Well, you know what? We're gonna have to. We sidebarred so much, anyways, that this is not. You know what I mean? We'll have to do one like when it's just her stuff. You know?
No. Told you she will. Yeah, is she still using a filter?
Oh my God, Betster.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see. Yeah,
it's a filter. She's got better with it, or she's using it.
Okay, listen, it's she's in vertical format, so she's using the retouch. YouTube in vertical format has a retouch option that it puts on. So she's just using the retouch on vertical format. The other one was she had it to maximum on StreamYard because she had that guest gypsy.
Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, it looked like it kind of reminded me of daytime TV with the clouded, like when it's like Days of Our Lives, how clouded it is to make these old people look younger. They're just like so cloudy type of deal. And that was the same thing with her last video. And this one, you can tell it's a touch up because it's too smooth, her skin. Her skin is usually all like bumpy and has holes in it and stuff like.
Well, look.
Pause game on point.
This is me. This is me with the retouch all the way up. Okay. Here's settings.
Where are we at? Oh, here we go. Hold on. Let me put this back on. Let me put you on the screen.
Okay.
So people can see you. Okay, go ahead. Here, we'll do the.
This is me. This is me with very strong retouch on.
Okay.
This is me with no appearance of a filter. This is me. This is me. Okay.
Okay, I see differences.
And this is me with very strong. It takes 10 years off my fucking face. Like, it evens it all out.
Kind of looks weird.
It does look weird.
It's very weird.
So, yeah, Betty, what the fuck are you doing? It looks like there's a plastic mask on my face. So this is just the retouch that's offered in YouTube. It smooths and tightens.
Let's listen to the Betster.
We'll pop the Betster on for a minute here. Let's see what she got. She's
Hello,
bitching.
Carla.
She is pissed off and bitching today.
Shining Star, it's lovely to have you. Teresa, good morning. Little of that feeling every day, just to remind yourself of the.
She's reading from a fucking book. Hold on. What the fuck are you doing?
Bitch, she's using Stitch Fix. She's using
Is she
Stitch
really
Fix.
trying to?
She's dressing like me, queen. She's using Stitch Fix. Son of a fucking bitch. She's dressing like me.
She's getting ready for jail because you said
And
to
put
me
on
like,
that red lipstick. Oh my God, voices, you guys are matching today. Show that back on again. Oh my fucking God, you're matching her today. Y'all are twinning. Look the fuck out.
she's getting ready for jail. She's getting ready.
Who wore it better?
Look
She's,
out.
like when you said to me like about reading books and you said, what am I going to jail? Maybe that's what she's preparing for. She's getting the book, getting like the list of books that she can read in jail. To like, if like 11 months in jail is a lot of books to read.
Oh my God, you're too funny. Okay, I'm gonna put this PayPal link in here and close this. Tomorrow my PayPal link closes. So I put it in here and we're like $1,900 short. So it's in the chat and then I'm gonna play this for a few minutes, okay? You stop it as you need to or interrupt it if you need to.
Collar around my neck. It's not as cold this morning as it was. So we're going to get to the language of letting go. Get us all in the right mood for this Monday before we take it all away.
Hold on. We've had like 35 people come in and say, go check White Boy's post. Let's go see what White Boy's posted. That's so hilarious here. Let's go check this out. It's so funny. There's so many people talking about this, so it must be hilarious. It better be fucking hilarious or I'm going to be so pissed. This better be the funniest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. As much as y'all came in and tried to tell me about it.
Fuck, I know.
What?
Like
I gotta say what's funny. I've already seen this. Like this is old. You guys came and got me for a fucking old post. No, it's got to be something else. This SF Investigates one is old. Don't do me like this. Do not come in here and tell me to go look at his fucking post and it's old. Don't do me like that.
I want to know why Betty's copying my look.
I didn't see Tony. Hold on. There's more to it. Bitch. Look. This is what look. Look. I said right here. I just looked at this. I said, it says I'm deceased. I didn't know I was being recorded. Check out White Boy Radio YouTube video here. P.S. He's not wrong. And it says SF Investigates join. 27 minutes ago. Hell yeah, we made fun. We made SF laugh. He's the man, dude. He has actually found missing people and dealing with crazy stalker BHB. Deserves a good laugh. How come none of you told me you posted this? That's why I said this is old, so I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on, this said scroll down. Hold on, because there's more to this. Let's go check this out. Oh my God. Oh my God. Someone.
Oh,
wow. Who the fuck did this? Oh my God. Someone has to call this out. Rumor has it that a certain someone is taking roids because of YouTubers covering this case. He's had enough. It's rumored that 2025. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys are fucking ridiculous. There's another one here from Nick. When truth wins and people have spoken. Let's see. If that's Doug Papa. So, okay. See, I thought he meant dog. So when he said Doug Papa, I thought he meant dog Papa, like Papa Dog, like Dog the Bounty Hunter. And he meant no, Doug Papa is, I guess, a retired police officer that did a fucking series or a live or something on Nick. I didn't know that. But it says if this is Doug Papa, he's impersonated a cop after being fired as a cop for using surveillance from the department to spy on his wife. He then stalks Sylvester Stallone, and I was hired to help figure this self-described journalist out. His words are worthless. He'd take home the show. Then he'd take home and it's a show more. This I was not prepared for right here. This is all we knew about this. He said, I am deceased. Hell no. All right, back to the bedster.
Talk about this piece of snizzit, right? So now is a powerful time. The entire skydive is great. A friend said to me, but one of my favorite moments is when we open the door and I can see the whole sky spread out in front of me.
Can you? And look, Bird Toast says, all I saw was baloney.
My baloney had a first name. It's Toney.
We kick voices.
We were not ready for that. None of us were ready for that.
I remember that feeling the day I was given the choice to recover from chemical dependency or go to jail. The day I got my first writing job, the day my daughter gave birth to her first child. It's that split second when now freezes and stretches into infinity. For just a moment, all that has been and all that might be crown into a singular arc in time, and the power of the universe rushes. Get a little of that feeling every day, just to remind yourself of the power and potential of now. Sure, we can envision our rosy future after the big project pays off, and when we've got our 15 years.
How many times has she read that book?
Too many fucking times, honestly.
I was gonna say I don't know, but mine's glitching, so I'm gonna have to pop down and I'm gonna pop out and pop back in, and then try to put it back on because it's glitching really bad.
Okay, but yeah, that woman reads that book and takes none of the advice from that motherfucking book. Every single day, she just does not take the advice from the book. How funny it would be if the author of her reading that book struck. No, you can't do that. But it's just interesting that she's like reads this book.
However, it can be hit for spam, scams, and deceptive practices.
Yeah. Like, why does like Betty not just do true crime? Like, why does she actually fucking just like she tries to be inspirational? She tries to search for people. She tries to just like she just does all these different things.
Why can't she stick to inspirational and cooking, and then we wouldn't have to worry about her exploiting anything other than God and bad food?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So, like, let's not bag on her for being multifaceted, so to speak. Let's push her into other facets away from the ones that she's bad at.
Yeah, I don't know. She just says the stupidest things. Like, she's reading this book and she never takes any of the advice of that fucking book at all. You know? Not at all. She continues to repeat her mistakes over and over again. She insults other people for their addictions or with their past addictions. She never does anything. She can't do true crime either. That's true.
You can buy your book you can buy her books and buy her books, and all she does is eat the pages.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, should anyone listen to this woman? I mean, she basically says, I'm on the team. I'm on the team with Dog the Bounty Hunter and Nick, and everything they say is wrong. Oh. One moment. Yeah, I mean, she's just crazy. Let me see.
Comprehension is not her strong suit. You're exactly right on that.
She said, y'all have to stop sending me drama. I have nothing to talk about the drama happening. Like, admitted she goes live about what people said to her. Well, yeah, that's what she does all the time. But the problem is there's nothing to talk about but the drama. The problem is there's nothing new in the case. She has milked that case as much as she can, fucking dry. And now she's like put to the situation where she's got court coming up. I don't think she's going to be able to postpone the next court date. And she might be going to jail. And there's a lot of people, if this was like a betting game, there would be a lot of people betting for her to go to, she was going to jail. And she's made and she has not stopped her fucking stupid behavior. And now she's realizing, oh shit, I've been completely used by Nick and his band of fools. And I'm probably going to jail and getting no support because my GoFundMe, not raising any money. I am not getting any of the new information that all these people are getting. Even like Brittany J is getting information faster than me, and she's sleeping. And I might be the fall guy. And that's what she's probably realizing. That's probably why she's reading that book, that inspirational book, because she's saying to herself, man, I need some reading material before I go to jail. So it is what it is. To her, in my opinion.
Well,
you know what?
Speaking of that.
What?
What?
What? You guys say something. What were you going to say?
You know what? No, I was just chiming in with what you said.
Oh, I thought you said speaking of that, and I thought you were going to start saying something.
I was, but I decided to change my. Go ahead on with your point. Mine's not as important. Mine was snarky and bitchy. So,
I mean, the thing is like she's doing the same thing over and over again. No wire hangers, where she's continuously like, I am going to lie and lie and lie about Chris and Katie because, and I'm never going to apologize for anything, and she's just going to continuously do that until she goes to jail. Maybe she might not go to jail. Lemon drop. She could be going. She could be going to jail. I have a strong opinion that she's going to jail. I don't know if she's going to jail for 11 months, but I'm pretty sure she's going to jail because she has not done anything different in her behavior at all. Not at all. She has not done one thing different in her behavior. That judge told her these people are like, don't exist to you anymore. And yet every single live stream she does about these people. Every single time. Well, listen, if she gets 5 days, it's 5 days she's going to hate. She used to be the absolute worst, and she is, but there's contenders. When you say the absolute worst, I mean, like, the thing is, I think of the person who does the wider damage. Like, there's always going to be groups of people that say misinformation on the case or disinformation on the case, but then there's people that actually visibly get in the middle of a case and mess things up. You know what I mean? That's what I say. So that's how I like judge the worst. So I don't judge the worst based upon like, you know, the amount of information. And plus those people that you see all the time, there always will be people like that in every case. You see that in the Brian Koberger case. You see that in the Kyler Rodney case. You see then that with the Summer Wells case, Dylan Rounds, all these cases, you see an element of those small YouTubers that spread information, disinformation, and all that stuff. So really hope something significant happens. So she changed her ways. She will never change her ways. Even if she did 11 months in jail, she would not change her ways. That one, you know, you ever heard the saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Yeah, she's an old dog. She's not learning new tricks. You know? She is continuously doing the same thing over and over again, and she thinks that if she goes to jail, it'll be this big civil rights movement that she can do. But the truth of the matter is, if she gets sentenced to 11 months in jail, guess what? Is Nick going to do anything for you? Sure, they might do a couple of live streams for her, hey, this is terrible. Oh my God. They'll milk that for content for sure. Her friends. But after a month in jail, not a word, not a peep. I don't know if she's paid the feast the prophets, actually. The robot doesn't know what it is doing. She does, yeah. So yeah, they might roll into a felon. I don't know. I think I usually would not want to just continuously show that I am not paying, like, don't give a fuck about what the judge says, usually. But she does. She likes most people with the Bible twisted to fit her narrative. I think she usually uses the Bible as a way to try to like hide her terrible behavior. You know what I mean? That's what she usually does. That's what I think. But I think I would laugh my ass off if she does go to jail. But that would be hilarious to me. People say, "Oh, that's mean,"
I'm
and made
telling
us.
you, they
Well,
have given her multiple chances. That judge told her under no uncertain terms, these people cease to exist to you. She's not stopped.
yeah, and what's going to happen? Like if he said doesn't do nothing to this person, she's just going to continue doing it, and she's going to be more brazen about it, You know,
Yep.
what is. That's why I think jail time is a possibility. If she would have stopped her behavior and she started like not doing what she was doing, I would say yeah, maybe she wouldn't go. I would have a higher chance of her not going to jail. The judge would be like, okay, well, the message has been received. This woman is now learning her lesson. We're not going to waste the court's time by throwing her ass in jail or resources. But she doesn't learn her lesson. So now I think the courts are not going to play. She's insulted the judge. She's insulted the county. She's insulted the family of the missing child. She's a real piece of work. These people do not exist in your world. Yep, that's exactly what I say. Hello, Gamey. What will the judge say about the tattoo? I don't know, man, but I'm sure he'll be known. I'm sure that tattoo will be told to him about that tattoo. Because she put it on a live stream. She put it on a video. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you don't think like that's being collected and being saved to be sent to the attorney, district attorney, or whatever the person representing the state, you have another thing coming. Everything she's saying, everything she's doing is probably being recorded and being sent. That's what she doesn't quite understand. So I wouldn't want to be her. And her attorney, she's gonna, if she has that same attorney, good luck. But most likely, that lawyer is not going to be helpful to her. And she says,
I see that lawyer advising her that you might want to make a plea agreement. You might want to take whatever the judge offers you.
Well, the problem is, I don't think there's going to be a plea agreement. I don't think there's going to be like, hey, we'll give you a deal. I think she's going to be made example of because she's stupid. If she would,
I love that for her then.
And the problem is that if she goes to jail, Molly was actually right. Her channel is going to be gone. That's pretty much it. Her channel's going to die.
Oh, her haters will be in there to. She better hide it before she goes away.
Yeah, and let's say she comes back. Her, she'll have like 100 or 200 people left. I might watch her, but most of the people will be gone.
Molly's actually getting a comeuppance and quite a few people in her chat. So, I don't know. She might be able to come back. I don't know.
Hey, B10, hold on real quick. There's a link in the back for the press conference for that school shooting if you want to play it.
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. Let me share.
No, I found out my computer was glitching and it didn't update, so that's why I had to switch over to my celly. So
Okay, I got it. Share screen. You can share it.
Place our schools are. With that being said, we owe it to our community to do everything possible to ensure that it's not only a special place, but a safe place as well. And we're going to continue to do that. So we ask for your patience as information is coming in. We will do the best that we can to bring you accurate and timely information, but we want to make sure that our public knows that we're working extremely hard on this particular incident. There are a lot of people involved, and certainly we're going to come together as a community. I'd like to bring up at this time Police Fire Chief Chris Carver.
Thank you, Chief Barnes. Before I start, the only thing I can say is this is not a place that any fire chief or any one of us would ever want to be. And I can't believe I'm standing here today talking about this incident. The fire department is a part of this community, much like all of the folks standing up here with me today. Our hearts are with and our arms are around everybody impacted today and everybody within our community. With that, I won't repeat the details shared by Chief Barnes, but I will share with you the fire department activity for today. Much like Chief Barnes mentioned, at 10:57, we were also dispatched with Engine 5 and Medic 5 to the same location. Throughout the course of the incident, we responded with 5 engine companies, 4 ladder companies, 15 ambulances. I would like to take a moment and share our gratitude for our county partners throughout a multitude of EMS and fire agencies that joined us in the response today. We also had 11 off-duty chief officers that came in on this response. It was a tremendous response from the fire department. We transported 4 patients to St. Mary's. We transported 3 patients to the University of Wisconsin hospitals. On the arrival of our crews, I can say my gratitude to our membership for what they did and their selfless actions today. It's hard for me to place into words what they ran into as well. They did that immediately. They did that selflessly. And within a course of 15 minutes from the first transport to the last transport, all the patients were on their way to the hospital. So to our membership within the Madison Fire Department and within all the emergency services, my gratitude, my recognition of the work that goes into this, the training that went into this, that again, we had hoped we would never have to put into practice. One more time on behalf of the Madison Fire Department, our hearts are with you, our arms are around you, and we will be with you throughout the duration of this. So at this point, I'll step aside, turn it over to the mayor.
Thank you, Chiefs, both of you. This is an incredibly sad day for our community. As you've heard, there is no danger to the community at this time, but our entire community has been impacted by this tragic incident. On behalf of the Common Council and the City of Madison staff, I want to offer our heartfelt condolences to the victims and families and to the whole Abundant Life community. Our focus now is on supporting them and supporting the victims and their families. And we will continue to do that through the coming days and weeks. I also want to thank our first responders, the police, fire, the medical staff, for their quick action and their life-saving efforts. As you've heard already, this is a whole of government response. It is not just police and fire. It is not just City of Madison. We have folks from all around the county. We have folks from multiple agencies engaged in both the initial immediate response and the ongoing support, and will be engaged for days and weeks to come. I also want to thank the White House and the governor and others in the federal government and state government for reaching out to offer their support and help. And we will be drawing on resources as needed going forward. But the most important thing right now is to make sure that we are centering the victims and their families, and that we are doing whatever we can to support them and to help them heal, and to lift our entire community up through this difficult incident. I am on record that I think we need to do better in our country and our community to prevent gun violence. And I hoped that this day would never come in Madison. It is not something that any mayor, any fire chief, any police chief, any person in public office ever wants to have to deal with. And so I will ask our entire community and our entire country to do whatever we can to make sure that no public official ever has to stand in this position again. And now I'll invite the county executive to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, our community is reeling from the heartbreaking and senseless tragedies at Abundant Life Christian School in Madison. As a mom who received a text from her son at a high school here in the city of Madison, wondering if he was safe, I can tell you, this hits you in the gut. Our community is better than this. Our country is better than this. Cannot continue. My heart goes out to the victims and their families and the students and the educators, and the list goes on and on. Every one of us is affected by this unimaginable and unacceptable violence that has hit our community today. School community. The Department, the Department of Emergency Management, Department of Human Services have all been on the front lines. My phone has been ringing from people across our state and our nation asking what it is that they can do to help our community. And right now, it is our time to be committed to supporting this school, these students, and these families, and our first responders who went into that building during this devastating time. We must work closely with our law enforcement officers and first responders, mental health professionals, community leaders, and policymakers to ensure that we are taking care of one another. No community should ever have to endure such a tragedy. And my administration is going to do everything that it can to provide assistance to those who have experienced this devastating loss, and also do everything that we can to prevent such tragedy from occurring. To all of those who are grieving in our community, please know that you're not alone. Dane County stands with you. We're here to support you in any way possible. Please reach out and ask for help. The governor's office, as well as the mayor's office, and I will continue to update the public as we learn more. But please understand, there are many things that we cannot share with you right now. This is an active investigation. This is an active case. The SSM Health Clinic near the intersection of Buckeye Road and Stoughton Road is the reunification center. I know that that has been out, but we need to make sure that folks know where it is that they can go to be reunited with their children. Again, in the coming days, we are going to make sure that we are supporting those that have been most impacted by this. But folks, reach out, ask for help. This does not need to be the reality of our community. Thank you.
All right, we'll start over here with questions. Just raise your hands.
Tell us, how did this unfold? Can you give us a bit of a timeline, how your officer got into the building?
Sure. We received the call at approximately 10:57 a.m. Someone from the school called 911 to report that there was an active shooter. That means something different to us. Obviously, there's different protocols that go out, tone alerts even, so that even if officers are busy doing other things, they respond. One of the things that I do want to note is that our training center is about 3 miles from there. We have special event team medics, those that work with the fire department, responded to this particular scene from their training day. So what began as a training day became an actual day. And so that's how this call originally came.
Nicholas, did you have a question?
What can you tell us, if anything, more about this shooter and what their motivations were, or if you made contact with their family members? Anything updated on that?
Sure. There's nothing new that I can tell you about the shooter at this time. Again, as difficult as today is, that's still someone's child that's gone. That's still someone that has to deal with what happened today. And so we want to make sure that we can ensure as much cooperation as we can. You asked me about why, as I stated before, I don't know why. And I felt like if we did know why, we could stop these things from happening. But what I will tell you is, as soon as we are done with the investigation, any information that we uncover that will not compromise the safety of anyone involved or compromise the confidentiality of any of these children that are involved, we'll tell you. I just ask for your patience.
All right, over there. Sorry. Go right ahead.
Chief, what kind of gun was used today?
We know it was a handgun. We know a handgun was recovered.
All right, sit down right there.
Was the shooting confined to one classroom or did it spread out throughout multiple?
We know it was confined to one space. I do not know if it was a classroom or a hallway. One of the things that we've gotten very good at, certainly different from in my day, is that if you do not need to be in a crime scene, you do not need to go to a crime scene. And so the crime scene and those persons who were involved, they have that crime scene locked down. I did not go or enter into that crime scene. But if you can imagine, most schools, the students go together, but they are segregated. So on each different floor, on each different group. And so there's no evidence that anyone else was injured that was not in the age group.
Danielle?
What can you say at this time about how school staff responded? What did you say?
I cannot speak to how the school staff responded. We did have injuries, but it could have always, of course, had additional injuries. I do not know what the school's protocols are. Again, this is a private Christian school. I know that we have a very good rapport with MMSD, Madison Metropolitan Schools, public schools. So we have done trainings for them before, but I would assume that most of the teachers have the same or some similar type of training as a part of their certification.
There's conflicting reports online about how many students are enrolled at the school. Can you confirm approximately how many students?
I do not know how many students attend the school, but their website says that they serve about 200 families.
Right in the back, white.
What kind of support systems are going to be made available to people who are affected by?
That's a good question. As you heard from our mayor and our county exec, we have services within our government that will be made available to them. I have a lot of confidence that they're going to follow through on that, and we'll make sure that that persons who need to. Do you guys want to speak to that?
So, Dane County Human Services, as well as the Red Cross and other consolidated agencies, are already on scene. And we will continue to be on scene, and those resources will be bolstered. Again, please reach out. You are not alone. We are going to navigate this together. And there are people who are affected by this trauma who are not in the reunification center or at the school. We need folks to be reaching out because we do have resources available.
Did you know if Abundant Christian Life School, did they have a school resource officer employed?
It's not my knowledge that they had a school resource officer, that if they did, it would be a police officer, and I know where they all are, and they're not in the schools right now.
50 in the back there.
So in terms of witnesses that you mentioned about investigation, what is that looking like, and how many
Sure.
witnesses are you guys speaking with?
Sure. So the detectives will talk to anyone who may have seen this particular event unfold, anyone that may have been unfortunate to hear something. They will be talking to them. It's my understanding that that's in process now, and everyone is cooperating fully. That will give us an idea of not only what unfolded, but it could answer the question to motivation, because again, the students who unfortunately had to witness this. But that's not something that we want to rush. We're not going to interrogate students. We're going to give them an opportunity to come in and speak to what they may have saw when they feel ready, which is why some of these questions can't be answered right now.
All right, Spectrum.
How do you reassure the community that it's still okay to go back to school? I mean, everybody's got kids, and I think, maybe it happened at this school, but everybody that's got a kid anywhere, right? This in Dane County, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I think you're asking me, how can I say 100% that no child will ever be harmed in school? I can't. No police chief can. But all I can tell you is that we have systems in place so that if something happens, we can respond like we did today. I can tell you that our mayor and our county exec has committed resources to not only public health, but also mental health. I can tell you that every teacher that I've ever had contact with at MMSD cares deeply about their students. every staff member. I talk to staff members all the time who tell me things that are going on in the schools and want to do whatever they can, even if it's under anonymity, to let me know that they want to have a safe school. So my reassurance to the public is that if you see something, say something. If you know someone who may be going through a difficult time, please reach out to someone. And I think what I can do is make sure that our police department is transparent and open and honest and inviting for people to call and give information. I think MMSD does an excellent job of that. And the same thing can be said for any other private school. If you want to give information or you need someone to talk to, I can promise you we'll have someone there to get that information.
All right.
Understanding that this is a private school you may not be as familiar with, what can you tell us about some of the physical measures that are in place at this school, whether it's metal detectors, secure entryway, cameras, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've never been in this school, unfortunately. I'm not aware that there were metal detectors in the school. That's something that we can certainly look at. Most schools have some form of surveillance or public space cameras, but that will be, of course, part of the investigation process.
Scott?
Chief, can you clarify? You said 7 were injured, but 6 were hospitalized. Does that mean one's been treated at least? And secondly, is the shooter's family cooperating with the investigation?
Yeah, so it's 2 questions, but let me try to handle the first one. So I'm trying to go back to my notes. So we do know that 1 person was pronounced at the scene. And so that may be the 7th person, but we can get you all that information just when we're done. I'll have my PIO give that to you so you can report it accurately. And what was your second question?
Is the shooter's family cooperating?
At this time, yes.
So you have made contact with the shooter's family?
We have.
And what were the steps to do that?
It's through the investigative process. Okay.
Is the shooter's home being searched? We've got some information about that is ongoing.
Yes, obviously, once we have identified, we have initiated a search, but we think that search is either ongoing now or that search may be concluded. Of course, it's about safety. That's the first thing, making sure that people are safe, and then we'll go from there. This has been, this has been an amazing day for everyone. And so if you have someone who is deceased, who may have been a shooter, you want to make sure that their family is okay. You don't know. And so that is what we're doing right now. It is about the safety of everyone. This is going to be a long day for the Madison Police Department. We just want some of your patience.
Are you aware, have the school had any prior threats? And then just, jumping off of that, do you know if the shooter had any prior contact with law enforcement?
We do not know that the shooter had any prior contact with law enforcement, but I did do a check of the school. There were some calls, but they were like 911 hangups, things of that nature. There was nothing that suggested that the school was a place that violence would occur.
Chief, I know that you mentioned that the shooter died of a self-inflicted gun wound. Did that happen before officers arrived at the school or when the shooter saw officers coming into the school?
Yeah, so let me say that the cause and manner in which the shooter died will be determined by the inmate. But what I can tell you is the shooter was dead upon our arrival, police department arrival, and no officers fired their weapons. Okay.
What are these search warrants you're executing? Are they at the residence on like a device the shooter had?
I'm sorry.
The extent of the search warrants.
Yeah, so the extent of the search warrant is to be able to go in a place that we don't have permission to be in and make sure that everyone is okay. And then if there's any evidence that we think we need to collect, we could only do that with the use of a search warrant. And so again, we have to determine if there is evidence that we will need. Everyone wants to know what led up to this. Are there any additional threats to public safety? Is this person or was this person by themselves? There are a lot of questions that we want to answer, but we have to answer the safety questions first, and then we'll move on to some of the more investigatory questions.
Are you in possession of any of the shooter's devices?
I am not, no.
I'm wondering about the metal detectors. You mentioned in the first meeting that you were not a fan, and that this school probably doesn't have them. And do you know other schools that do? Do you think that that's something we should start talking about, metal detectors in schools?
I guess the question is, would you want your child to go to a school with or without metal detectors?
I can't answer that.
I can't.
Right now, it's moving out.
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea is to create the safest environment that we can without metal detectors. That is my answer.
Chief, this was a shooting at a Christian school right before the Christmas holiday. Can you address the impact of that? And is the Christmas holiday at all, in your belief, related to as a motivation for the shooting?
Yeah. So to the question of motivation, we don't know why, but to the question of so close to Christmas, we have a lot of people going to be impacted. If it's a Christian school, then obviously our holidays, our Christian holidays are very important to the students, very important. It's a time for family. Students probably getting ready to go out on break. And now the break will be a little less about celebrating Christmas than more about celebrating perhaps friends and loved ones and staff members who perhaps lost their life. That's why I'm asking everyone to, of course, keep Abundant Life Christian School in your thoughts and in your prayers, and we'll get a couple more, okay?
Okay, real quick, Phoebe.
So it's a private school that takes public money through the voucher system. So what has this revealed about maybe gaps in security or training for staff? Is that something you're thinking about whether schools that are private that take public money need to be, kind of on par with public schools when it comes to safety?
Well, what I'm telling you is that in 1997, I began my professional career as a public school teacher. I taught history for 4 years before becoming a police officer. So I did not get far enough to take courses in administration and budgeting of schools. I don't know what governs private schools, if they receive money, where that comes from. That would probably be a question that you would probably need to ask someone who's more intimately involved in the school system and what their requirements are if they do receive that. But you could probably compare what has happened or what goes on, their security measures with the security measures of any school in MMSD, and then that may give you your answer. That's one very quick follow-up.
Because there has been some criticism to other law departments and their response to these school shootings is particularly involving. How did that inform your game plan today, and how quickly were your officers able to get into the school? What were they told to do?
Sure. We train on this, as I spoke about earlier. When officers arrive on the scene, they immediately go in, which we did in this case. Stop the threat, stop the killing, find the killer. That's how we train. And that's exactly what we did today. There's no waiting. There's no coordination of who's in charge. Everyone knows exactly what to do. I spoke about this earlier. We train on this constantly. Our commanders, including the fire chief and I, was in a commander's training less than 2 weeks ago, going over this exact same scenario for another fictional location. And so all of that came into play today, and our officers performed extremely well based on their training and based on the expectations that they know exactly what to do. Stop the threat, stop the killing, find the threat.
Right,
Mayor?
I promise to follow up. Can we just do one more?
We're gonna do
Hold on, right here.
Thank you all. I think the questions have been asked, and we're straying a little far from what's most important at this point in time, and that is the victims and their families. I have 3 things to add. First of all, there is a lot that our community can and will do in the coming days to support the victims and their families, and we will have more information at future briefings. If anyone, and I would urge you all to include this in your stories, if anyone needs mental health support as a result of this incident and the coverage of it, I encourage them to reach out to 988 by phone or text and to get the mental health support that they need. It is incredibly important that we take care of our community in this very difficult time. We all have a role in preventing gun violence. Our entire community needs to be part of the solution here. There are many things that we can do, and we can have those conversations in coming days. But first and foremost, what needs to be the priority for all of us is supporting our young people. And that is where our community's attention needs to turn at this point in time. The police department, the fire department, the city, the county will share additional information about the investigation as it becomes available. But I urge you all to help our community find resources to support their mental health and to find resources to support the victims and families at this time. Thank you all.
People go to see your updates. What can you tell me?
It'll be on cityofmanatee.com. Me, Stephanie, and Cynthia will stick around and answer any other questions. But that's all.
Let me say just before I go, because the mayor mentioned that this was a whole of government response. It certainly was, and there's so many people that we want to thank. We cannot thank everyone, but it's also a whole of law enforcement response. Even though we are in different agencies, we all have the same training. And so I want to thank our partners with the FBI who are here with me today, partners with the ATF, Dane County Emergency Management. Of course, we already talked about our fire department. We've got calls from the Attorney General of the United States, Wisconsin State Patrol, our governor's office, State Patrol, Monona, as well as our sheriff's office. I know I may have left someone out, but thank you for how you responded professionally, quickly, and according to the way that we all train, and it all came together to ensure that no other persons were hurt. Thank you.
Chief, can you just say what time you guys made entry? We just want to nail that detail down.
10:57.
But that's the time you made entry.
In 1 minute.
We'll work on getting that. So our next.
So we're listening into the briefing that we just got, the latest updates from investigators down there on the scene of Madison, Wisconsin, of a deadly school shooting that happened earlier today. So some new information that we were able to gather from some of the questions that were being asked and the briefing given by the police chief and Madison Police Department. I want to recap that for our viewers in case you're just joining us here at Live Now from Fox. And I also want to play back some of the video that we had from earlier today, just so you can get a sense as to really how active this scene was early.
So what'd you think of that?
It sounds like they had a very good response.
Right, really quick.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's like quick. Like these days, it seems like no matter how fast the response is, it's not fast enough with these people. Unfortunately.
And it sounds like Wisconsin, the mayor there, is going to do everything in her power to make difference in gun reform. And that's really all you can ask.
I don't know if gun reform is going to really help.
That's a whole nother mess.
Yeah, I just think you're going to have crazy people no matter what. And you got to just have to secure certain areas that the crazy people decide to go to with a police force, maybe in those areas. That's the only way. And I think people will still get hurt or die, but I think you can mitigate the damage a little bit, mitigate the damage. But it's a changing times. I mean, this is basically an increase with a lot of people who feel that the system is not working for them. And they've decided to kind of lash out. And this is not just the United States. In China, for instance, they don't have guns, they have knives. And usually those guys go on a knife rampage in that country. Right. So it seems like, the guns make it easier, obviously. But it just seems as though they need to figure out with this new age of how to secure these locations now where these kids go, And you're probably going to need metal detectors. You're probably going to need a police there, armed police officers there to deal with that as well. You're probably going to have to give drills to these kids, just like during the Cold War, where people had drills for nuclear bombs. Go under your desk. Maybe they're going to have to
cover.
Duck and cover. You're gonna have to have drills for like shootings, just like fire drills, now mass shooting drills. You know what I mean?
There are a lot of schools that practice that, Tim.
Yeah, there are now, and they're gonna have to have it's just they do drills now. Okay, but yeah, conflict resolution turned into violence. Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's one of those things that now this is your new reality, and you got to deal with it, and it's never going to be a one fix solution.
I agree. There is not a singular fix for this. But I do agree with, if you're in that area and you're being affected by it, 988, reach out.
Oh, they do active shooter. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do drills for that in school.
Yeah. But yeah, that's your new reality. This is stuff that's happening.
And isn't that a damn shame that they have to do that about drills?
The thing is, what's
Easy, you're up here. I have this scanner call. I'm trying to listen to it real quick, and then I'll play it for you guys if you want to listen to it.
Okay. What's your thoughts, Cheesy Wheezy?
My thoughts are, and this may be an unpopular opinion, but I think there should be certain teachers that are armed. I think people would be less inclined to go shoot up a school if they knew that teachers were armed. I don't think all teachers. I mean, obviously, there's teachers that would never be armed, but I think there should be teachers that are put through certain training, gun training where they can be armed. I remember when I was in school, we had certain teachers that would have been just great for that, and that's what I think. I know it might be an unpopular opinion, but I mean, I think people would be less inclined to go shoot up a school if they thought that guns were on premises, and let it be known that there are certain teachers that don't need to know which teachers, but they just need to know that certain teachers are armed, and maybe they would think twice about doing it.
I think the speed controlled by radar.
I think like what you're saying would be interesting, but the problem is that let's say we get into a scenario where, there's a person that comes to the school with a gun, right? The teacher shoots that individual, but also accidentally shoots a student. They find out the teacher did it. Then what happens?
Right. It's not a perfect solution.
It's you know what I mean? Like you can't and then what happens? They prosecute the teacher and say, well, you shot that kid and then they have to defend themselves, and then the school gets sued. You know what I mean? Like
this could totally be sued.
Yeah, and like that would be one of the possibilities. Or what if the teacher's not paying attention and the student grabs the gun?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
like
it's not a perfect, like I said, it's not a perfect solution, but I don't know. I think it would just deter people from wanting to go in there.
I mean, like I just think it's a very imperfect situation you're in. Either you have basically police officers there all the time with metal detectors, or you have armed, but I think like pretty much, something has to be done instead of just basically sitting around and hoping that the response team gets there quick enough so the less people get shot and killed.
And like you said, you don't want your kids going with metal detectors, and I would hate that for my kids to have to go to a school that they have metal detectors. But if it keeps them safe, it keeps them safe. I mean, I always said that when my kids were in school, if there was a school shooting within 50 miles of my house, I would homeschool them. But luckily, it never happened here. But yeah.
Well, but this is also a private school. It's a private Christian school, so it's not like in the public sector.
Right. Yeah, you don't expect it there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. It's just like, either way, something has to be done. And I think each state's going to look into what they're going to best to do based upon their region. I mean, obviously what would work for New York won't work for, Wyoming. You know what I mean? Each state kind of has to figure out.
They're arming our teachers here, B10.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think there's going to be a uniform way of how things are done in every school because each state is different. You know what I mean? Like, New York is way different than, what is happening in, middle America or something like that. So it's something that each state has to figure out for themselves. I don't think there's going to be like one federal thing. With the whole like semi-auto ban type of deal, I mean, the issue with that is that with today's technology, you can create ghost guns, you can create weapons, you know what I mean? Like you could do that now these days. You can make it harder for people to get those weapons, and I think that's the best case scenario for certain weapons. But that's the only thing you can really do.
Yeah. And like the chat is like, are you insane? No, I'm not insane. And please don't get mad at me. It's just one idea. And
No, it's not an
like
insane.
I said,
It's not an insane idea. Actually, it's been talked about in documentaries. I saw a couple of
Guys, they're
documentaries.
doing it in my state. They are
Yeah.
allowing
Yeah.
teachers to carry
And
in my state.
And I'm not saying every public official needs to be armed. There's, like I said, when I was in school, there were certain teachers, like I had this one who was like, he was obsessed with guns. He was like crazy. But
That's not a
there
good
were,
sign.
but
That's
there were
not a good
different,
sign.
what I'm saying is there were different people in my school who, you know, they were hunters. They were people that didn't mind guns. They liked guns, whatever. You know what I mean? Those are the kind of people that could go do the training. And yeah, if they needed a little extra pay, I know it's a thing about our teachers aren't paid enough. I understand. But I mean, there needs to be some kind of solution, and taking away all the guns, that isn't going to do it because the criminals and the bad people are still going to get guns either way, no matter what. So taking everybody's guns away, and like you said, in China or wherever it was, that they're just going around knifing people. You know, I mean, so I mean, it's going to happen no
Yeah,
matter
I
what.
mean,
So
y-
taking away
the-
all the guns isn't the answer.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is you're not going to be able to take all the guns from every single person.
Right.
And the fact is that you're always going to have a crazy person that's going to want to do damage. And
Right.
the fact
There's
is
always going to be a problem.
And the fact is you try to limit the amount of damage that crazy person or make it harder for that crazy person to get certain things.
Right.
Like weapons. And that's pretty much it. That's all you can do. If a person wants to hurt massively hurt a bunch of other people, there are plenty of other ways to do it. I'm not going to give you ideas on a live stream, but the fact is that there are plenty of other ways besides a gun that they can do it. And the fact is what you got to do is you just have to think of to mitigate the damage as much as possible. We live in an age where there's a lot of people that feel like society has failed them. Look at the CEO shooter. There's people that are defending that man's actions and saying he should go free. Why? Because they're very angry at a system that has abandoned them. And there's a lot of people that are getting very angry at the system and they want to lash out on society. And this is how they do it. They attack, certain structures of society. And it's an unfortunate time we live in where mental health and also people feeling dejected from society are doing these types of things. And now you have to basically, I mean, you could tell them, hey, go for mental health and all that stuff, but they're not going to. So you got to basically figure out how to guard these schools and guard these institutions the best way you can. It's just how it is.
And I'm a person who I mean, I mean, we have guns, in our house or whatever, but I'm not a big, huge gun person or whatever, but if I was a teacher and they asked me, hey, can you do your duty and protect these kids? I guess I would go through the training to do it, if it meant protecting the kids,
Kind of like sitting on the airplane by that one seat that opens the emergency door.
Take you all with me. And no solution to simple sadly stops stigma on MH and make service cheaper and more readily available. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by MH.
Like I said, don't get mad at me. It's just an idea. It's not, I would never go to Congress and say, hey, let's do this. It's just an idea,
I mean, that's what people, I mean, there's schools that have teachers that do that. I've seen schools that have bulletproof vest book bags. I've seen schools that have automatic lockdowns of the classrooms when an emergency is called. There's a bunch of schools that are trying to think of different solutions to this problem. Because at the end of the day, what you really need to do is stall the shooter as much as possible. I mean, if you can stall the shooter for 10 minutes from killing anyone, the cops will be there and be ready to deal with them. And that's really what the best solution is to stall the shooter to buy the cops as much time as possible to get there. And that's a solution the schools have to think of. And maybe the fear of teachers with guns will make them more resistant to go in there, or maybe the school teacher will hold them out for the cops to come. Also, it could be a bad idea as well, but everything has their negatives into it, just saying.
Right. Everything has their consequences. I mean, it's not a perfect solution, but what is a perfect? Like I said, no solution is perfect.
Yeah.
Even like I said, even taking away all the guns and everything else, knives, everything. What is that going to do? They'll figure something out. There's plenty of chemicals out there that they can do to do something else. I mean, there's all kinds of things that people, like you said, if they want to do it, they're going to do it one way or another. So what is the solution, right? We don't have one. So we just have to do the best we can at try to protect these kids,
Schools should employees employ a retired military officers or police officers. I mean, that would be good, but I think it's just. I think the name of the game when it comes to school shootings is to figure out to stall the shooter as much as possible so the cops can get there. I don't think the teacher is going to take out the shooter with a gun. I don't think like the security is going to take out the guy immediately. I think the best they can do is stall a person like that and buy as much time as possible for the cops to come in. And if they can buy 5 minutes, that's probably plenty of time for the cops to get there and deal with this guy. They can buy it's better.
No solution is going to stop it completely, but if we could cut it down,
Yeah, I mean, that's not always possible. Nothing's not always possible. I mean, at the end of the day, I think each state's going to try to figure out their own solution.
Right.
And like when you try to go to Congress and say, we want to ban this type of gun, well, guess what? That takes a while. There's a bunch of fights that happen, and how many school shootings happen in between the fight in Congress for that particular law to pass? I think schools need to just, they have to figure out the solution. Each state has to figure out their solution. It's a state-by-state decision on how they figure it out. And like I said, what works in New York might not work in Tennessee or Georgia. It is what it is. But it's a problem that has to be solved soon enough. And, people are going to try anything. We'll see if it sticks. My question to Tim is, how is a person with a gun getting into a school in the first place? Well,
this was a student.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Student, but also like sometimes schools are kind of open. Certain schools are open and you could just walk in.
It's not a public school. It's a private school. It doesn't have, it's not governed by all the same rules as public schools are.
Right.
So maybe they need a security at the doors with the armed security. But yeah, I mean, that's why I said like each state's got to have to think of their own different ideas. I think it'd probably be better if the state thought it through because it'd be quicker than your Congress and Senate, to be honest with you. They'll do hearings and they'll do the showboating and saying, "Oh, we're doing our work." And
in a state like Wisconsin, kind of like where Voices lives in her state, they're kind of gun-toting people anyways. So to have that happen in the schools wouldn't be a far-fetched, because people use guns here, for hunting or whatever. So
hell, cheesy, when I was in high school, you could still have a gun rack in the back of your vehicle with firearms in it.
I remember when my kids went to a country school and they sent out a letter before hunting season every year saying, "Hey, remember to clean your kids' jackets out from bullets and everything, and knives and everything else," because it was during hunting season. Kids would take off a school for hunting. It was, a normal thing. And so they reminded the parents, "Hey, make sure you've got everything out of your kids' pockets before they go to school."
Sam, you were up here. Are you still up here with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hey,
I can
guys.
hear you. What's up, baby?
Well, first I wanted to apologize to Voices because I put in the comment section when she was mid-responding to me when I came on panel on last time, and I immediately dropped without saying anything because I had a situation. So Voices, I'm sorry, that was rude. I just dropped.
Oh, baby, no, real life comes first. Don't even apologize. I adore you. You know how I feel about you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just sitting here thinking, and I put a little bit in the chat, like the school can only do so much. And we see this happen time and time again with these school shooters. And I feel like, it starts in the home. How many times have we seen where there's missed signs, where these children, they find journals, they find drawings, they said to a friend, "Oh, I'm going to do this." And I feel like there's like a public problem where we don't take it serious until it's too late because we're like, "Not my kid," or, "Oh, they're just talking. They're really not going to do it." And then
Well,
it
like
happens.
the one where she said, "Don't do nothing stupid," and then they actually punished the parents for it. Like they held the parents accountable for what their son did.
Yeah, that was Ethan Crumbly, and that's a perfect example of, You know, he had the journals, he had the friends, told
Well,
the
the
friend
police
he was
took him out of
killing
school.
birds.
They pulled him out of school and went through his backpack and shit. And I guess they pulled him out of class, and they were gonna go through his backpack, but didn't. Had they went through his backpack when they pulled him out of class, the shooting never would have happened. They would have found the
Right.
gun.
And the Crumley case is a perfect example. Is when safety that happens at home. Like
Yeah,
my daughter
it starts at home.
my daughter went to hunter safety. She was able to carry a gun at like 13, you know, because she went to hunter safety. My husband taught her, this is how you handle a gun. This is, you know, our guns were always out because my kids knew not to touch them. They knew, you know, and that kind of stuff happens at home. I'm not saying every scenario that it's the parents' fault, but I'm just saying that scenario there, that safety needed to happen at home first. So those parents were negligent.
I don't
Well,
even think like. Oh, go ahead, Voices. Sorry.
They bought him that at a
Right.
time when there was so much other consternation and they couldn't monitor him with that. And they left him with open access to it.
Yeah, and
So
that's
that
why
was
they're sitting in
them,
fucking
that's
prison
all.
right now.
Yep. I mean, my daughter, we bought her a gun at 13. She had her own gun for hunting, you know. I mean, obviously her hunting her gun, she ain't gonna take it into school. I mean, it was a rifle, but I'm just saying,
It was
but
for
she was
hunting.
taught, you know, and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes things have to start at home also, you know.
Well, see, I'm a felon, so I can't be around guns. But my daughters all have pistols and rifles for hunting with their grandpa that are kept at their grandpa's house, and they've all went to safety training. They go every year.
Right.
You're
They
a
do
good
safety
mom.
courses every single year.
Yep.
That's amazing. And that's exactly what they need to do because
Yep.
they're learning to be responsible gun owners. And I say learning because every day you're learning to be responsible with your gun ownership.
Right.
In my opinion.
Well, yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not allowed around them, so they're not here. I don't go with them. Nothing. That's something their grandpa does with them, and I think that's really cool that he takes the time to do that with them.
Yes, it is.
Because otherwise, I mean, like I said, I'm not around them. I can't be around them. I don't have access to them. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's cool that he takes the time to take them for their training and you know what I mean, take them to classes and teach them and take them hunting and stuff like that. That's really cool. So I'm appreciative of it.
But yeah, I mean, every scenario is different. Like I said, the Crumblies, that was something that should have happened at home. I mean, that kid had obvious problems, and the parents didn't address it. And I mean, they were negligent. But we don't know what the idea with this student was. What happened there? It's a big city, so who knows? You know. But yeah, no, there's no perfect solution. You know.
I don't think cheesy, like even just like the the school shootings, but like not too long ago, I watched a little bit of the trial of that Carly Craig, and she shot her mother. And thank goodness the mom had cameras and she got charged, but she also had mental health problems.
Mhm.
So it's like, I don't know. It's like I'm not a parent, but I just feel like I said, like not taking it serious enough and getting these children help because there's like, you know, people blame violent video games and the world is changing and the internet and things are moving so fast and children today have so much access that like we never had their little mind to handle all that. Like there's a lot going on and then you add like depression or you know some kind of mental health symptoms to this. Like it would just I don't know how to explain it except saying like not being taken serious enough to get the child help before it's too late. And whether you're thinking like I said, it's not my kid, it's not that serious, we'll work through it. Oh, I'll put her on this antidepressant, we'll see what happens in 6 months. Like there's just I think there's something bigger here like that's going on with today's children and weapons and murders.
Well, and I'm a firm believer that people need to spend more time with their kids too. I understand parents need to work and all that. I had to work. My husband had to work. But if we weren't working, we were spending it with our kids, you know, and I understand sometimes that's not easy to do. And I don't come at me. I know but we managed it. But yeah, I mean, a lot of times you just got to spend more time with your kids too, you know? But I mean, I'm guilty too. My youngest daughter, she just was diagnosed with ADHD. And when she was a teenager, I thought she was just flaky. She was a flaky teenager. She just needed to focus more and whatever. But I never had that in my family, and we were a lot less educated back then, you know. So I mean, I'm not trying to I've apologized to my daughter. My daughter's like, no, you didn't know. You know, she's not mad at me for it or whatever. Um, but yeah, I mean, I probably should have had no school, the teachers, nobody even mentioned anything like that to me. The doctor said she was fine. You know, I've never, so I mean, I had no idea, you know, but here she apparently had ADHD and I didn't know it, you know. I just thought she was just a flaky teenager. So, I mean,
Well, ADHD presents so differently in teenage girls than it does boys.
yeah,
It
and I
does
mean,
present in
she just
flakiness.
acted like a teenager. You know, I didn't know any better. You know, but I'm not taking I'm not saying that I'm okay because I didn't understand it or whatever. I'm just saying that, I mean, sometimes parents don't see it either. You know, because they're not educated enough. So
Cheesy how you said like you took her to the doctor and the doctor said it's okay. So like I'm sitting here, thinking in my mind about all of this, and it's like I'm not trying to shame parents. Like I said, like
No.
I think that the school has a little bit of their responsibility. It starts in the home, but then look where we are with this Luigi situation, and the healthcare. So say that this child could have this problem, and then the parents maybe are trying to get them to help, but the medical resources and the insurance isn't doing their job. Like that can also be a part of it on a larger scope of like what is happening today in society with these kids.
yeah, and like I said, I'm far from a perfect parent. I've just admitted that. So, I mean, like my saying earlier, we need to spend more time with our kids or whatever. I am far from a perfect parent. Never thought I was, and I wasn't trying to shame anybody. I just wanted to put that out there. Little disclaimer.
Little Daisy, you're up here with us. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Have you guys seen JLR's posts?
Recently?
Yeah. So I'll explain it. So basically,
You're gonna sidebar? We're gonna sidebar?
No. It's about this. So basically,
okay.
it's
It's about the shooting or whatever at the school. Same thing.
Yeah. There's
okay. I thought you were sidebarring us. I was excited for it. Go ahead.
No, there's an X account that is
You want to link it in the
not.
back and pull it up?
Can I do that from here?
You should be able to, but if you're not comfortable, it's okay. I was just gonna pull it up while you were talking about it. It's not a big deal.
Well, I'm going to go back to chat before she gets started. So those were just some of my thoughts flowing. Thank you guys for letting me come up and share, and I'll go back to chat.
Thank you, Samantha.
All right, bye-bye, guys.
Hey, I gotta run too. I got 2 errands I gotta get done before it gets crappy weather again. So
Alrighty.
I'll be in.
We'll
Thanks
talk
for
to you
having me.
later.
Bye, guys.
See you later.
Okay, it's not going to let me pull it up because I'm on my phone.
Okay.
But basically, the X account is. So the student was transgender, and there was something obviously going on with the teacher. They probably, in my conclusion, probably have not been using proper pronouns or names with this student. And that's why that at the time when the first interview came out, the sheriff couldn't say, I don't know if it's a male or a female. Based on that, it's disturbing, quite honestly, but I just wanted to come up here and let you guys know that there is more information out there.
Well, yeah, from the sounds of it, they said it was a young girl, like 17 or something. Her name's Samantha or something like that is what came out so far.
Yeah. And like this X account is blaming the dad and everybody who didn't try to help her.
Well, yeah, I mean, That's normal. That's normal.
I mean, the thing
People
is,
throw blame, place blame everywhere. I mean, they're gonna place it everywhere.
I'm gonna say this: do we even know if the X account is from that person, or do we even know that? I mean, like a lot of
That's
times,
why I wanted to pull it up. I wanted to see if it was like a real X account, or whose it was, or what it was, or you know what I mean. I don't want to spend my bullshit either. So
It's apparently from Samantha's ex.
Who is Samantha?
The shooter.
this alleged shooter, yeah, the alleged.
Yeah, the alleged shooter.
Okay. Let me see.
I'm so mad it's not gonna let me bring it up.
Yeah, they said she was supposedly 17.
They're playing in the background.
Yeah, so you're playing us in the background.
Sorry, I'm gonna
Yeah,
hop down, but when I find it, I'll bring it to back chat.
I appreciate that, baby. Somebody said they got JLR's live. I can go pull JLR's live. You don't have to drop it, baby. I'll just go pull it. I didn't know that's what you were talking about.
Well, he made post about it on X also, so it's not just on his live. If you don't want to do that, it's posted on his X.
Well, BTM will have to do that because I'm a blocked bitch. He's got me blocked.
Alrighty, well, I just want to let you know, but I'm gonna get out of here.
All right, baby. Thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
I'm just wondering.
JLR's got me blocked. Little punk.
Samantha Ripno. No.
Yeah,
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm kind of like, where did he get the name Samantha Ripno now? Like, how did that say that? I didn't hear that. Maybe it was said earlier than I didn't see the press conference, but was that said in the press conference?
No, I don't think they gave it up in the press conference.
Who gave up that information of Samantha Ripno was the person?
I don't know. I got an email about it. Hold on. That's why I said the alleged.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's why I'm like very iffy whenever someone says like the name of the person, because unless I because unfortunately there's a lot of people who like to troll these mass shootings and basically say names or just randomly pull up innocent people and accuse them of being part of the mass shooting, and it's just how it is. Like until yeah, it could be, well, I've seen it happen in other mass shootings actually. They sometimes.
Well, I mean, that's how me and JLR got into it. He put Candace and said that she was part of one, and I cussed him the fuck out. Went off about it. And next thing you know, he's doxing me out and blocking me. I was like, you little punk bitch.
Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of like iffy about the whole JLR thing. Unless I see like the actual like a news.
This is him. Listen, he does his breaking news. Listen to him. Listen.
Breaking news. JLR investigates. We are back. Continuous coverage of the mass shooting that occurred earlier today. Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin. We broke it live on YouTube as it was going on in real time. The crime scene, basically, the reunification center. At the time, up to now, they're reporting that 3 people are dead, 7 are injured. Police are going to give an update just in a few minutes to inform us any new information, whether they've revised those numbers up or down or what, get details, maybe even the suspect. Maybe they'll even identify the suspect and give us information about this deadly shooting. We're talking about a school, a Christian school, K through 12. They're saying around 10:57 a.m. today, officers responded to calls of an active shooting. It resulted in 3 casualties, 7 people injured, taken to hospitals. Children are included as the victim. Also, folks, unclear who actually died, but they said amongst the 3 was the shooter. The shooter is deceased. So we got that information. We were watching just a massive amount of
Hey, baby, before I pull you up, your camera's on, little Dave.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I was, Leela. I'm like, that's why I was looking for like the name when someone said where'd that information come from? And because like, people
she
will
put it in the back chat, Tim. She put it in the back chat.
Well, let me see. I don't care. The thing is, that's speculation. I'm waiting until like, no offense. I'm just saying like, I'd rather wait until a news outlet says it is than to just basically accuse someone of being a mass shooter based upon a Twitter. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think
Yeah, that's why I didn't come out and say it. I just confirmed I had seen the Twitter that she was saying and it was going around. I knew what she was talking about, but I don't know if it's legit. That's why I said the alleged.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
I have no idea, honestly. I haven't heard it from the news yet, so.
Yeah, and that's why it's like you always have to be careful with this. I mean, like you see JLR kind of jumping with it because the Twitter, but like unless the cops say it or unless like an actual like Fox News or something like or CNN or something like that says something, I'm not gonna, because that person could be completely innocent and now getting harassed by a bunch of people thinking that they're the shooter or something, or you know what I
Right.
mean? I just don't agree with that.
And those of us that have known JLR for a long time, we know not to take everything he says.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, he seems a lot more careful now that he's got a bigger following. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah. And it's like I want to wait until confirmation, like, you know, like from an actual source, just because a bunch of people see Twitter and they think that they've done that they did the same thing with the campus shooting. They accused some professor on YouTube, some guy who just talks about right-wing politics or something like that, professor. They accused him of being a shooter. Meanwhile, he was at home having a drink with his family. He was just chilling. So it's like you got to be really careful when people try to point out Twitter accounts, especially these. And it's just like that's my advice to you. And only that. But yeah, you keep on playing. Just letting you know.
No, it's all right. I just was waiting on. I was just playing the first part where he said breaking news," because this is the same one we watched. This is the shit he's about to play is the same thing we already watched.
Looks like Duke's being a pain. Duke's being a pain in the butt.
Well, one of my littles walked in the door, so I muted it so they wouldn't bark.
We know the truth.
Dogs and kids, you can't control.
You got me. You got me. That's it.
Damn dog.
Well, guys, we've been on here about 5 hours, and it's already almost 4. I got to get some stuff done.
All right.
I'm gonna try to rest my voice and pop on here later. Otherwise, I'll see y'all tomorrow. My fucking voice is going out. So,
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right. You have a good one. Bye.
All right. Bye,
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Cheesy. Bye, everybody. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. And I will catch y'all on the flip side. Bye, everybody.